All right. Let's get this show on the road. What's good, everybody? AB Media 83 here. And welcome to the Coliseum. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. We got plenty to talk about tonight. Got plenty to cover. Um, well, most people are probably wondering what I'm about to cover is well, how can I say this? As the title states, we're going to be covering the State of the Union address. For those of you who've been living under a rock, Sleepy Joe Biden woke up to give the State of the Union on Thursday. And believe it or not, he wasn't Sleepy Joe. He was wide awake. Now, granted, he delivered a lot of bullshit and propaganda, but he was wide awake when he gave the State of the Union on Thursday. And I give him credit for that. Now, with that being said, I didn't agree with what he said. I most certainly don't agree with giving Ukraine any more money, especially when Ukraine is on the verge of collapse. Of course, he claimed January 6th it was a threat to democracy. A bunch of drunks went overboard. If you actually go back and look at the tapes, Trump said protest peacefully. Um, he also, just giving a quick summary of the State of the Union. He said he might do something about immigration during his speech. He also he also said he might do something about that genocide over in the Gaza Strip. He said he might do something about that, but who knows what's going on? Neymar, Andre, and Caden, AMVs. Okay, but yeah, he said he might do something about that. That genocide that's happening in the Gaza Strip right now. And then, of course, he also criticized Donald Trump and other Republicans. He criticized Republicans for not supporting their so-called immigration bill, even though he leaves out the fact that along with the immigration bill, we would waste more money in Ukraine and and fund the Gaza Strip, fund the genocide in the Gaza Strip. So that was the gist of his State of the Union. And now the Republicans gave a response. It was hot garbage. It was whiny hot garbage. I can't think of the lady's name who gave the speech. I thought it was. I thought when I first saw it, I thought it was Lauren Boebert, but someone corrected me. It was somebody else. They all look the same to me, but I'm just saying. Never let it be said I don't ever criticize Republicans. By the way, for the record, Lauren Boebert is trailer trash. No, I didn't stutter. And no, actually, I unofficially I haven't called any Democrat trailer trash, but I'm calling Lauren Boebert trailer trash. If you look at her record, she's been arrested multiple times for domestic violence. On top of the fact, her son just got arrested for racketeering and stealing stuff from folks. So I don't take back anything I said. She's trailer trash, and she's actually having a hard time getting reelected. She tried to switch districts because the districts she ran in don't want her anymore, but the other district doesn't want her either. Can't say I blame them. When you look at her trailer trash record, I can't say I blame those voters. But the state of that's basically that's just the State of the Union. He mispronounced a victim's name that was killed by an illegal immigrant during the speech. There was, of course, some shenanigans from the Republicans. Marjorie Taylor Greene had her "Make America Great Again" stuff on, and you know, typical Washington shenanigans. But hey, it was a little entertaining. So, all right, who do we got coming to the stage? We have Andre. Hey, what's going on, Andre?
Good evening. I won't be long because I have a not so flat back with me, but I just wanted to start
Oh,
off by saying RIP to Akira Toriyama.
who?
Akira Toriyama, like the dude that made Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Apparently he died on like March 1st or whatever, but only recently everybody's been talking about it.
yeah. I heard about that. Unfortunately,
I don't know if you watch any Dragon Ball Z, but it was a very popular show. Obviously you know that, but
yeah, during the '90s, yes.
yeah, and is like Ed actually like he kind of covered this a little bit. He was talking about he doesn't understand the reverence being given to him rather than Stan Lee, but me like I gave both the same reverence, so maybe it might be different for other people. I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, like that, like Dragon Ball Z, like it's a little bit off topic. I apologize, but like that show, like I was actually explaining it to somebody else on somebody's, I can't remember whose stream it was, but I was just saying it's like actually like Charles covered this as well, but a bunch of people covered this topic, and I was saying it's like he actually the reason why part of the reason why I think it was popular for black men was that like he was showing like in that show there was like models of traditional masculinity and like fatherhood and shit like that,
Yes.
stuff you don't often see. I just wanted to give him his flowers, so my apologies.
Yeah.
No biggie.
What's going on, neighbor?
I'm just chilling. I was on Mrs. Z's chat earlier today. We had a quite a marathon of discussions,
Mm-hmm.
And thankfully, you have a motherfucker who grew up in the Middle East who could give you a couple breakdowns on how shit works over there. Talking about myself, so watching that, we're just like, and I never, and I just realized a new phrase. I learned a new phrase from these guys. Some guys, if you hate some guys, you don't like them. Instead of saying you got a punchable face, they just make you want to scratch your ass and shit, or make your ass itch and shit. Never heard of that
Mm-hmm.
phrase.
By the way,
Never knew there was such a phrase.
like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. Cash App's pinned to the top, or hit the super chat.
That's right. AB needs a new laptop, folks. AB needs a new laptop.
Yes, I do.
Am I wrong to say that?
No,
Okay.
actually, I need to say
Sometimes
it
I
though.
don't know
I
whether.
do need a new laptop. There's some stuff I'm trying to get done. I want to, expand what I do on my channel. I can't do that without my laptop.
Indeed. Indeed. I'm just like,
I want to get
just
back to
dealing
my
with.
programming tutorials and stuff like that. do some artwork.
Mm-hmm. That's for damn sure. There's a lot of shit to deal with right now. You know,
So you
motherfuckers
know,
got a lot on
enhance
their mind.
myself. Now, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Don't nobody say shit. What's going on, AL?
Go ahead, keep talking. I ain't got my guns drawn out on y'all. Y'all good. Go ahead. How to do? Happy Saturday.
Did you watch?
How to do? Happy Saturday.
Yeah, happy Saturday. Did you watch Sleepy wake up for his State of the Union?
That's what I'm here for, bro. You know, I'm gonna just keep it a book. I wasn't gonna allow myself to stomach that bullshit, homie. So I'm gonna just let you fill me in because I just wasn't gonna do it.
Oh, not much. He woke up. He was more awake than I thought he would be, and he pretty
I,
much wants to continue wasting money in Ukraine.
yeah, same old bullshit. I heard he kept miss saying certain people's names. While
He mispronounced I think she's a nursing student that they got killed by a legal migrant.
oh, that one.
And you know, he said he might do something about illegal immigration. He might do something about that genocide over in the Gaza Strip. Oh, I did forget a few things. The economy is great, and yada yada yada. Inflation's coming down. Yada yada yada.
The economy is great. Who told this lie?
Um. Oh wait. Actually, I got an answer for that. Give me 1 second. You asked
All I,
snowman who told this lie. This guy told that lie.
basically,
Leave that picture up a moment because I have a sound for him.
What?
Kevin?
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
What was the saying for it? It was like Bidenomics or something like
Yes,
that.
Bidenomics.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Basically,
He essentially said Bidenomics is doing great. Yada 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 yada. And then just for the cringe factor, there are a bunch of Democrats. Their chant for him now is 4 more years, 4 more years, 4 more years.
basically,
Please wake up.
okay. Can you hear me? Because I'm about to pull my guns out.
Okay, don't nobody say shit.
See, I was trying to be nice, but you fucking habitual line steppers. You know, I couldn't let me get a word in edgewise. Y'all want to bring out the inner Yosemite Sam, so you goddamn varmints about to get it.
Well,
Like I said, hold it. Basically, in a nutshell, all I keep hearing is a whole bunch of baby, baby, please, just give me one more chance, baby, please, rhetoric. So you know, I'm not falling for it. Go ahead. Okay, now y'all go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've been telling I told Art he needs to actually use that clip for your intro. The no good cooking motherfucker.
Mhm. But yeah, that's the gist of his State of the Union. Now, naturally, when I listened to Butthurt Blues response,
Oh
they
dear.
naturally said that State of the Union address was, I kid you not, they said it was a mic drop.
Huh?
Exactly, Snowman. That's exactly what the mic drop was for. Fucking moment. Huh?
Yeah, they said that Joe Biden's performance during the State of the Union was a mic drop moment. He showed that he's
in the
strong.
all types of blue hell.
Let me do
He
it.
showed
Let
how.
me do it again. Let me do it again.
What in the all types of blue hell?
Who?
Yeah, they said it was a mic drop moment. Yada yada yada. Biden's great. Yada yada yada. Let's kiss the Democrat Party's fanny.
Look,
Yada yada yada. I have
listen.
no. Also, I have no clue what. I have no clue what I'm talking about. Yada yada yada.
Caitlin Clark breaking the all-time scoring record is a mic drop moment. Michael Jordan winning 6 titles in 8 years is a mic drop moment. Joe Montana and the obliteration and being the first player to win 3 Super Bowl MVPs is a mic drop moment. Okay, any mic drop moment aside of what was just said this past week, and I don't even know when the State of the Union took place. I probably was either asleep Thursday. Then I was asleep. My wife was ill, and I look.
Oh, by the way, Snowman, I'm going to need you to be mentally cruel next Wednesday on TikTok.
Oh no.
Yeah. You notice I said Wednesday. You know what happens Wednesday?
Yes, I know what Wednesday is, and you said for me to be mentally cruel and verbally, and I'm throwing in verbally cruel. And I'm going to love this. Why?
On TikTok, yes, I am putting this on bronze sexuals because only they were literally criticizing Michael Jordan because he never went to his left.
What?
They're criticizing Michael Jordan on TikTok because he never went to his left.
What does that mean exactly?
Okay.
That's a strange statement to make.
This is for AL and this is for AB. Huh?
What do they mean by that? That's like a really
Michael Jordan had a left-hand dribble. Listen, Michael Jordan had a left-hand dribble. That alone puts bronze sexuals to bed. That alone puts LeBron to bed. Michael Jordan did it naturally.
Talking about?
Look, Michael Jordan did it naturally. LeBron hasn't done it naturally for 21 years. Oh, did I say that aloud?
Wait, can he do anything naturally?
Don't have me answer that question here. I'll take up the entire time.
Good answer.
I'll answer that question off the air Wednesday.
You know, whether he went left or not is kind of irrelevant because
very irrelevant.
Because whether he went left or not is irrelevant because nobody who's actually played the game of basketball knows that this argument is totally irrelevant because 1-on-1, you're not beating this dude.
Precisely.
So whether he goes to his left or not is actually very irrelevant.
And I can dig up footage where he did go to his left. A lot. Matter of fact, I can give you one piece of footage where he went to his left and wound up finishing with his left. Look up the 1991 NBA Finals Game 2, the switch hand layup.
That iconic one?
That one.
The iconic one, the one they use as a highlight reel against the Lakers.
Yep, that will be the one.
Okay, I'm back. I'm here. Check it out. That's some nonsense. That's some bullshit. But in defense of what they saying, hell, now Snowman finna know where I'm coming from, because we old school. Hell, those of us who don't care for Mike, hell, that's been our old critique for years. But guess what? But within the same sense, we do know you're not gonna beat it. You're not gonna beat it. But hold on. Kenny Smith pointed this shit out a long time ago. Kenny Smith used to say, I used to love guarding him in college for the first 2 years. And he used to piss Mike off. He said, why you want to guard me? Because I know you ain't got no handle. He used to tell him to his face, why? He never goes left. And he would think about it. He would go left just enough to start the playoff, but he's coming back to his right. That's his MO. But the thing is, you know he's gonna do it. Can you fucking stop him? No, they couldn't fucking stop him. In the discussion, period, point blank. Let's move on.
Thank you, A.L.
I got an ad for a Snowman.
A.L., you want the full intro or just the piece I just played?
I mean, well, I need it for the simple fact that I can redistribute it to Ardner Style, Charles, and BGS. So whenever in the Roger Report, because you know when they do my intro, The only intro I got is the one that Art shows, and it's just him banging the guns. But I want him to have that whole complete one, so it'll make his freaking day.
Okay, you'll have it first thing tomorrow.
Okay, appreciate you.
You'll have it first thing tomorrow, and I'm gonna send the original. I'm
Okey doke.
gonna send the original, not the namby-pamby edit. I'm gonna send the original edit.
Yeah, I want the raw uncut. You know, only have Yosemite Sam will have it. I want the raw uncut.
Like you said, we're old school. I'll send the old school clip.
Yep, Old Testament, baby.
You better believe it.
But yeah, that's what they're arguing on TikTok. I'm like, really?
They actually fixed. Let me use a little Southern saying. They actually fixed their mouths to make this argument.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, and there's some of them that are hating on 80s basketball. To question I asked, I'm like, especially some of the shit I saw Bird do. Looking at some of the replays with Bird, what Bird was doing, I'm like,
since they want to argue that Michael never went to his left hand, and you mentioned Larry Joe Bird, I want these bronzesexuals and the rest of these people that don't watch basketball to look up a game in 1986 where the Celtics visited the Portland Trail Blazers. What happened in that game? 49 points for Larry Bird. The trick
all
was
left hand, all fucking left hand, the whole thing, because on the back end of a rodeo road trip, and he told Mikhail and he told Mikhail Johnson and Paris, I'm bored. Guess what I'm finna do? What you gonna do, Birdman? I'm gonna shoot the whole game left-handed. What? Left-handed, you know, and he did.
Yep.
No man tells no lie.
And that was at the Memorial Coliseum in Portland, 1986. I'll never forget that game. 49 points, all left-handed. It was the back
end. At the time.
It was like AL said. It was the back end of a back. It was the back end of a back-to-back. Bird had been having trouble with his right hand, so he said, "I'm going to piss him off and shoot left-handed," and he did.
And
he did. Old school, baby.
Dunked the ball left-handed. It finished everything left-handed. And for all those people who say, "Oh, Larry couldn't dunk," you got Larry fucked up. Larry Bird, they list him at 6'9", but anybody who ever played in the league will tell you he's damn near 7 foot. Yep. With lazy handler. All right, for all you youngsters who you want to even envision his style of dribble, the closest thing you go get to it is Luka Doncic. That's it. All right, put Luka Doncic in Larry Bird's body with Larry Bird's shot, and you got Larry Bird.
That I don't give Luka that. Luka's fucking lazy. You know who I put in that? You know who I put in that description? His name is Dirk Nowitzki.
Good answer. Luka was.
His name is Dirk Nowitzki. Luka is lazy. Luka is fucking lazy, offensively and defensively. I said it. I've said it all along, and people want to bristle at me when I say things like that, and it's like, how are you going to say Luka is lazy? Look at the 2022 Western Conference Finals. They shut him. They let him get his points on offense, but defensively, they had him on lockdown. Luka does not like to play defense. He doesn't want to play defense. He's a taller version of LeBron in the fact that he likes to bowl over people. The only difference between Luka and LeBron is the fact that Luka has been blessed with a jump shot. That's it. That's it.
Hold on, Snowman. I'm going to just be honest. How can you say LeBron doesn't have a jump shot? He has a jump shot, and it works. He wants it to work. But the thing is, LeBron doesn't do everything 110% the way everybody likes. So that's the critique on LeBron.
Have you seen the form on LeBron? This is where I push back a little bit.
Let me get this out before you push back.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, this is the thing about LeBron. We see LeBron and we be like, God damn it. You should be more like Mike. God damn it, you should be more like Kobe. God damn it, you should be more like X, Y, and Z because we see it in his play. But the thing about LeBron is literally And I'm not a LeBron fan. Let's get this out the way right now. So can't nobody say, "Oh, I'm caping." No, I'm more of a critic than a jovial pandemonium panoramic fan.
Absolutely.
The thing with LeBron is this: LeBron is literally playing basketball in his mind. So you have to give him this much credit. He's playing the game like Oscar Robertson did. He's literally playing chess. I mean, he does everything so good, but nothing so great. He's gonna do. I mean, and the other closest person you can think of him too is he's a poor man's Magic Johnson. He's really a poor man's Magic Johnson who can shoot.
You know what? LeBron does not have a jump shot. He hasn't had one in 21 years.
What do you call those 3-pointers when he feels like he wants to shoot them and they go down? And I'm talking about go down looking like a pro's go down shot. Man, I've seen dudes shoot, and I was the same mind as you, man. When I watched, I said, "Why is he shooting a shot? We know he's not just okay." Let me bring it home for you. Let me bring it home for you, Snowman. And this get you off of just that thing about the jump shot with him. Wasn't we saying the same thing about Michael, Jeffrey, Jordan before? The same way we saying the same thing about LeBron, and it took the NBA Finals Game 1 against Portland for you to stop saying that shit about Mike. When you see him knock down 6 of them, when you see him knock down 6 of them, when you knew and everybody knew this is not his. Everybody knew, the whole scout report said it for years. That was not his strength. First, it was he couldn't go to the left wasn't his strength. Then they had to go to, he's a big 2 guard that can't shoot a good 3. And then he started knocking them down. But guess what? He wouldn't just knock them down. He knocks them down when he wants to. And that's the same thing that can be said about LeBron. So you cannot use that argument, Snowman, that he doesn't have a jump shot. He does. He shoots them when he wants to.
He does not have a jump shot. Even if he shoots him as you say, when he shoots him when he wants to. Don't hand me that bullshit. Wait, let me say.
So what's your argument for it?
Can you give me that little Southern bullshit sound for me, AL? I want to record it real quick and use it. Don't hand me that.
That's some bullshit, but not for this purpose. Only because I do want you to push back and tell me why you believe that jump shot of his is whack. When I've seen it time and time again, I'm like you. I'm actually like you, Snowman. I'm watching it going, that's some bullshit. Well, he don't even need to shoot that. And them be the ones that bam, and he be knocking them down over 60% clip. Now it's the ones you want him to hit that don't be going down and make you think, that's why he got a broke jumper. No, you got to qualify on. All right, when he has to absolutely have it, he's got to take it, but he don't want to. When he do and he knocks it down, them are the ones I respect. Snowman, them are the shots I respect. And they used to try that shit on the cool in the beginning with Larry Joe. You don't remember how they used to try that shit on Larry Bird? But see, the thing with Larry Bird was the brothers couldn't get past the fact that Larry Bird was literally talking shit to him without cussing him out.
Then I'll offer the same argument about LeBron that I'll offer about Luka. He's fucking lazy. And
yes, I absolutely agree with you with that. On that note, yes, Luka is the lazy fuck.
And that's that'll be my pushback on that. It's just when you and AL, you have to agree when I make this statement. When you have been spoiled by greatness for as long as you and I have, because we're old school, there's just a lot of players that come along, Luka and LeBron being a couple, where you're more critical than others. I will say LeBron James is a fabulous athlete. I have never shied away from that and never will shy away from that. But in terms of fundamental jump shots, and maybe I'm looking at this from 2 different standpoints, A, as a fan, and B, as a broadcaster, I just don't see the consistent form, and maybe that's probably my bias, that I don't see the consistent form in LBJ's jump shot that I have with others. Maybe that's it.
You know what? You're absolutely right. I got to say this so it can be said.
We're gonna move on. Go on and say that.
Let's move on.
I'm gonna finish on this point, and we can move completely on.
Yes.
I'm gonna tell you like this. This is what I had to do with Larry Bird to even appreciate him more. Give it 20 years. Give his jump shot 20 years and go back and watch it, and then you'll be saying, God damn it, he was cold. Because that's how I had to treat Larry Bird's game. I used to be anti-Bird my whole life, but then I sat back and realized as I got old, I said, you know what? Let me just spend a whole month just doing Larry Bird, just study Larry, just the whole. And when I came out of it, I came out saying, yeah, Pat Riley was right. If you needed a game winning jump shot, yeah, you go pick Michael Jordan. But if you needed a shot that saved your fucking life, you going with Larry Joe Bird every day, and he was correct.
That's fair. That's fair.
Fair enough. Thank you,
on.
you, Lewis. Thank you, Lewis, for the super chat salute.
Let's get the likes up, folks. Support the show, support AB Media, and support the fellows on
share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, or hit the super chat, support the show. Now I got a short to play.
Uh-oh.
So,
is this one of your shorts? Is this one of your shorts?
Of course.
Oh,
Okay.
this would be fun.
Y'all gonna love this one.
What you got?
The Black community only cares about the liberation of Black men. They have no interest in liberating Black people. And the reason why they only want to liberate Black men is because what they really want is white men's power in Blackface. And the Black community has always been very much so anti-Black women, anti-Black trans, anti-Black gay. They are anti-marginalized groups because white men are anti-marginalized groups. And this is why we'll never move forward. We cannot move forward trying to free the most privileged group of people within our community. We cannot move forward while the oppressed group in our community try to hold up the people with the most power and the most privilege. But we continue to do this because all we're trying to do is get the power, get the society, get the respect that white men have. And this is exactly why we talk about wearing bonnets in public and having couth and being refined. We hold ourselves to standards of our oppressor. And
did y'all get that?
Yeah. Was that the gist of it? Because if that's the gist of it, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I heard no lies being told. I didn't. I have had absolutely no gripes with what that person was saying. I don't. Now the next man may or may not, and who am I to do it? I can't judge them. But hey, my opinion is I heard no lies.
So let's play it again. Are you sure you heard that? Okay.
Yeah, you can play it one more time.
The community only cares about the liberation of Black men. They have no interest in liberating Black people. And the reason why they only want to liberate Black men is because what they really want is white men's power in Blackface. And the Black community has always been very much so.
I think you misheard Elle. She said the Black community only wants to liberate Black men.
Yeah, and you know what? I just caught that at the beginning, and I'm listening to it. I'm like, okay, all right, okay. Well, what I'm getting from that now is that's some type of reverse psychology move she's trying to make. That's about the only play I can take.
Yeah, here's the reason why I called the short the pot, calling the kettle black.
Okay, got you. My mistake.
But I do get your sentiment though. If she's speaking about Black women, yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And if you put it in the context of Black women, yeah, you're absolutely right. We can't keep propping them up.
And maybe from that she was. All right, if I put this type of rhetoric out, it'll just do more to not push the real driving narrative of what's going on. We still trying to get ours, and we're gonna get ours by any means necessary. And we're gonna do what we can to keep whatever they do want to establish and get pushed off on the back burner.
Yeah. But
been there for a while.
But that to me that video was was projected. Cause see, and I talk, and believe it or not, I did a stream on this earlier. They don't want to talk about this story. For those of you who don't know who that is Shanquilla Robinson. She went on a trip. when she went on a trip with her so-called friends, and on that trip, a black female BW proceeded to beat the shit out of her and killed her.
What
And they
wasn't
left.
wasn't it a group of? She went with a group of homegirls, and it ended up being more than one that put their hands on her. If
Yep.
I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Down in Mexico. Yeah, that happened. What last? It's coming up on a year anniversary of that crap.
Yeah, I think it's been more than a year. Didn't it happen in 2022?
I thought it was 2023.
May have been 2023. I don't know.
Yeah.
But also, I didn't just talk about that story.
No, you didn't.
Unfortunately, and yes, I am going to talk about it right now. I had to talk about this poor young lady.
Easy.
This is Mahogany Jackson. She was, emphasis on was, a 20-year-old single mother.
Oh, you mean was like that was. Okay, was. Continue.
Unfortunately, they found this poor young lady's body on the side of a road with a bullet back in her head, and I believe she was naked. Unfortunately, they did apprehend the people who did this. It was a multitude of black males and females. These knuckleheads. This happened in Alabama, and actually, yes, I did talk to Charles about this behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
These knuckleheads filmed themselves stripping this girl naked and beating the crap out of her.
All of them should get a life sentence, no parole.
Oh, nope. I ain't done. Life sentence is not harsh enough. They then proceeded to take her to another location. If I'm not mistaken, they filmed this too. They SA'd this poor girl at gunpoint.
Oh my God.
That made me, when AB talked about this earlier, that made me completely sick.
Oh yeah. Hey,
and my comment.
Go ahead. No, you got it.
I guess after they got done doing that, they shot her in the back of her head and left and threw her on the side of the road like a piece of trash. Oh, mind you that during this altercation, she managed to get her phone, told her mother and sister that she had been kidnapped. And as now, like I said, some black males and black females have been arrested for this. From what I've heard, one of the black females was notorious for setting people up like this. Now, as far as I'm concerned, everybody involved should get the death penalty without question.
You know what? And what I said when AB talked about this earlier. I mean, I have daughters. Okay.
Yeah, that's like the nerve right there for you.
I have daughters. This makes me sick.
Take your time on that.
I have daughters. If this ever in life happened to one of my daughters,
yeah, exactly.
They will have to pull me off the sumbitches who did this.
Yeah, just going back to this young lady for a minute. One of the reasons I'll just be upfront with you. One of the reasons why I will never let Shanquilla's story go is because every time I look at this picture, I see two of my nieces.
You know what I see. Hey, AB, you know what I see.
Yeah.
I see my children.
Yes, it does hurt.
And it was October of 22 when this crime happened.
Yeah, I thought it was 22, but
yeah, late October.
Every time I see this picture, I see two of my nieces. Could be either one of them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So no, like you said, Snowman. I'll say it for you. I would be in jail. I'll tell the police, look, you better go find these motherfuckers before I find them.
Because if I find them, they ain't coming back alive.
Yeah, if I find them, I'm going to jail.
Mm-hmm.
Do what you're
Exactly.
gonna do. I'm going to jail because no, and this is one of the reasons I did the stream earlier. Is the reason I started. I called the stream accountability.
Mm-hmm.
We have to start calling shit like this out.
And often.
Absolutely.
I'll say
this kind of bullshit cannot be tolerated. We have to start talking about this shit. By the way, like, share, subscribe, and hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show.
Well, normally, AB, you know,
BGS brings up a great question. Did she know them?
Yes, she did. Apparently, one of the girls from what I've heard, she knew all of them. These were supposedly all her so-called friends.
Wait, how old is she?
She's 20. She's 20.
She's 20. What is this like? What, these like people in the neighborhood?
I can't believe I'm saying this now. She's old enough to be my daughter.
No, you ain't wrong to say that.
She would be my daughter because my oldest daughter just turned 30, and that's Carmen. Man,
happy birthday, Carmen.
I will say this aloud.
Possibility. BTS and drug shit. It's possibility. I don't know.
I'd be in jail.
The mainstream media is not reporting on this story. Now, to be fair, some other black creators have reported on this story, but
it's not.
I don't want this stuff swept under. I don't want this stuff swept under the rug. Some
Which
local.
Do.
Now there have been some local news stories on this, but
nothing national.
Nothing national.
Nothing national. That tells you something
I'll
right
put it to
there.
you this way. Can you imagine? Well, I'll actually use this analogy. There's a reason I do not watch A Time to Kill on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm sure y'all know what movie I'm referring to with Samuel L. Jackson.
Yep.
And I'm just going to state the obvious. Yeah, I'm just going to state the obvious reason why I don't watch this movie on a regular basis. It's real simple. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope all of them burn in hell.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
I love it.
And that's how I feel about the case with this young lady.
Oh wow.
This sickens me.
I don't even want to go into details of what happened in that movie, but that's my sentiment. Very, very simple. I would probably kill him too. They should have arrested him before he got to him.
They haven't been arrested yet?
Oh no, all 9 of them have been arrested.
Are they under the jail? Are they in the chair?
Actually, they are all under the jail. I believe the judge didn't give them any bond because that was some bullshit.
Yeah, and it's such thing called due process that has to take place. You know how it goes.
Hey, what's going on, BGS?
Hey, you know what? What's going on, y'all?
What's up, BGS?
I had to get that out, man. Oof.
I mean, you know what? I feel sorry for a family. Okay.
Yeah.
But this is the reason I told my children, because y'all know I come from LA, right?
Yes.
South Central LA, right? Okay.
Yes.
And how I came up during the crack era, right? This is common. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it. Yes.
That's why I asked. That's why I asked, did she know them? Okay.
Yeah.
Ain't no group of guys and a couple of chicks or however many chicks were just gonna swoop you up, kidnap you out your house for nothing, and beat the crap out of you in 2 different locations and put a bullet in your head. It's just me, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm not. She could be perfectly innocent, right? She just fell in the wrong crowd. Okay.
Right.
But 99% of the time I've seen this kind of shit, y'all doing something that you ain't supposed to be doing, and they thought you was gonna snitch.
Yeah, I've seen it also growing up in Chicago. I've
This
seen
is-
it I've seen it so many times over.
This is very common. I hope it gets, because all these chicks talk about they want to date a scammer and a drug dealer. Okay.
Yep.
You
Yep.
hear that
You don't
shit?
chick alone.
You don't know. Okay. This is coming from a dude that was raised in Freeway Ricky Ross's neighborhood, right? You know why I don't want to become a real nigga? It's because real nigga was my default, my default situation. Okay.
Yeah.
Most real niggas do not live to be 30.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Okay. So you ain't a BS, you ain't a real nigga. You goddamn right, I'm not a real nigga. If you come from where I come from, that is not a flex where I come from. Okay.
And people have said that about me also, being
It's not
from South Side of Chicago.
That's not a flex. Okay. Go in the middle of that hood and become a real nigga and see how you like it. Okay.
And see how far you get.
See how far you get. You become square in a heartbeat.
And see how far you get. I've had so many of my I've had so many of my buddies who lived in the same neighborhood as I in Chicago come up to me and they said, you know what? We should have followed the path that you did.
Yeah.
Went to school, get our learning on, and look, and they didn't say when they need to stain or anything like that. They came up and they gave me a hug and they said, man, look at you now. I said, look, I still have mountains to climb. Yeah. And their next question to me was, how do we get started on those mountains? Find the first one and chop it down.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, guys like me and Snowman are the guys that made it out.
Yeah.
Most guys don't make it out.
No, they don't.
Most guys don't make it out. Or if you do make it out, man, you barely know how to read, and your security guard is 60 years old, man, as a watchman someplace,
wondering what the hell happened.
Wondering what the hell happened. So,
I got lucky. I was raised mostly in a suburb, and I was never about that life. And I was always upfront about it.
Mm-hmm.
So
I went to a public high school on the South Side. I went to Chicago State University. The first big break I got was when I went away to school in 1990, and I got called a square every single day for all the times I was in college, all the days I was in college, in my radio class.
Yep.
And you know what? I'll be a square till I die.
Squares live longer. Okay.
Squares live much. Nerds unite, as my beautiful wife would say. And your sister said hello, BGS.
Why do you think I'm so hard on dudes when they come the fuck up in here talking that bullshit? Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Why do you think I'm so hard on them?
Mm-hmm.
Don't come up here flexing that shit, that death lifestyle, right? This was a couple years ago, my birthday, right? And my best friend from high school, man, he's a scammer, right? He was a good one, okay, a real good one, right? And my daughter, who's attracted to that lifestyle a little bit, she dabbles on the fringe. I kept telling her not to. And for 2 hours, she told his old stories, especially stories where he almost got killed in prison about 2 or 3 times, right? She ain't said shit about that lifestyle since. My grandson was right there. She said, I don't want to be like him. You make a lot of money. But the odds coming out on the other side, okay, he did 4 bids, okay? He did 4 bids in prison.
I used to tell him growing up, all I am is an athletic L7. And they used to, why you call yourself an athletic L7? Because I got a grandfather. I got a grandfather who literally whooped me, and I'm 15. I'm 15 years old and will still catch an ass whooping. I'm an athletic L7. I go to school to get these books, not because I want to, because he told me I have to, and only because I know that's the only way in Texas you can still keep playing ball. We had a thing called no pass, no play. That's why we have no more Democratic presidents, no more Democratic governors in the state of Texas. That's how serious Texas and Republicans take their football. And they have scorned the state of Texas from having a Democratic governor because of it. I was an L7 because I had to get my books in order to play football, and I was just go do that. So I didn't give a damn about what type of girl she was, how fine she was, or what these niggas was doing, where they going. I knew by 7 o'clock, my ass had better been home because football practice had been over, workout practice. I had no fucking excuses because a 6'3", 285-pound man was willing to kick my ass every day. And
Yeah.
I
Now,
got a lot of homeboys that ain't here because they didn't have what I had. They didn't have what I had.
now let me get this story out.
Mm-hmm.
I had a cousin who got into had a couple cousins that got in the drug game.
Mm-hmm.
One of them messed up, and our family is split to this day because of this situation. I will just say this: it was a closed casket funeral.
Oh,
All right.
So, believe me, when you told me a few months back about a situation is charging to the game, I feel you on that.
Most it's very seldom that black.
And he grew up in he didn't grow up with that life. He grew up in the suburbs, although with living with my crazy aunt, I can understand why he kind of went to that lifestyle. But go ahead.
Ain't nobody in the doggone black neighborhood, is willing to snatch a black young girl off the street and do some heinous stuff like that. Because if you get caught, whether they give you a death penalty or not, you got people to answer to when you get inside them walls.
Yes.
Yeah.
The white boys may let you get away with it, but the black brothers, they don't let you get away because it's like you said, that could have been my daughter, could have been my sister, could have been my auntie, could have been whatever, right? They don't play that kind of stuff. That's how they don't do that. So very seldom do you see. That's why I asked. I said, okay, well, I listened to it. I said, okay, because all the stuff that they beat the crap out of her twice and then put a bullet in her head and dumped her on the side of the road. Okay.
Don't forget about the sexual assault in between that.
And film it on top of that.
And they filmed
it. Film it and post it.
They posted it?
And post it online. As if you're trying to intimidate somebody?
They posted it online.
They deserve everything they get for that shit.
In other words, they know what they're doing. This is a message.
Yeah. This is and let's just hope the person who was supposed to receive that message gets it and stays low.
This is a message.
Because this is
it's
planned.
It should be a message to all these black girls that want to dabble in this kind of stuff, right? This ain't no game.
It's not.
It's not. It's not. I'm gonna go out and fun. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna watch them beat up a couple people. I'm gonna have fun and and have sex. This ain't no game.
Nope.
No, it's not.
You in that game to the point where you either get bullets over your head or get a gun pulled in your face. Then you realize it ain't no game, and those are the lucky ones.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, BBS? I'm kind of in and out, but yeah, like AB was talking about this earlier that I'm a little bit behind, but he was talking about this topic earlier about that chick there, and yeah, you kind of said the same thing I was thinking is that definitely there was like some ulterior motives involved in that. Like I don't see why they would this definitely wasn't a random occurrence. It doesn't make any sense.
It ain't a random occurrence. They knew her.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do all that crap, you're gonna get some fresh meat that nobody knows can attach to you. You're gonna do that, okay?
Yeah. She went over to one of these chicks' house, and this is when all.
Yes. Yeah. They probably called her over.
Yeah.
Like, you ever watch The Sopranos? How did they get rid of you? Right? They have a friend call you over, right?
Well, AB mentioned earlier that like in this current situation that he said that one of them was like a setup chick or whatever. So that kind of makes me think that there was something else going on there. It's kind of like that. I'm not sure if he spoke about this tonight, but he spoke about it earlier when he was like he was also talking about like this Shanquilla or whatever her name was.
Yeah.
Robinson.
Shanquilla Robinson. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was speaking about that earlier, and apparently, like I'm not sure if it's true or not, but Angry Man was talking about like years ago. He said that apparently that like she like her cousin or her brother or some or friend or something like that, somebody she was affiliated with, they actually killed somebody that was there at the time, like they killed one of their friends, family, some shit like that. You know, typical hood bullshit.
It's cops and robbers shit, man. That's why if she was just a chick that met the people online, she never seen them before, and they decided to snatch her, all to the good. Okay, she's an innocent bystander, right? She just happened to fall into the wrong trap, right? They knew her. Those are her friends. Her friends did her in. Why would her friends Why would her friends do this to her?
BGS, my thought process on that was when I was hearing exactly what you're saying is I was thinking that way, and then also it had to be one of them females she crossed. She crossed one of them females because one of them females set that up and led that. Because and you think about it,
probably the one that they said was notorious for doing that.
Hold on, we talked about this so often,
and she probably was too, because she's probably part of the crew.
Yeah, but we talked about this so often, BGS, on the Rise Report and other channels, how women are used men to set them up for proxy violence, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and with that being said, I can imagine those 2 or 3 chicks that was among that 9-person group that AB was talking about, who they got getting convicted for this. I can imagine one of them broad in a scenario, this chick done crossed her XYZ way, or them got a dude that she wanted that she couldn't get, and all right, I'm gonna hold this grudge. And she let this grudge to the point she said, I'm gonna put together this plan and I'm gonna get XYZ people to go along with me. And that's pretty much what done happened. And y'all done this hotel some type of way. That's sad.
Okay, if a chick if a chick has got with a dude that she wanted and set her up, she ain't gonna do this.
Like
I be clean. She ain't gonna do this. Okay, she knew all those people. Okay, just like Shanquilla Robinson when she went to Mexico, she knew all those people. She didn't just know the girl; she knew all of them.
Like
all of them.
By the way, 52 watching, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the super chat. BGS tax is in effect.
And when I done seen this so many times, every time I hear something like this, what's the first question that I ask? Did she know him?
Does she know him? Yep.
If she knows them, then she knows who these people are. Why is she with them? Okay.
Like AL, I would disagree with what you said, because you're talking about it's probably like a female issue, and like you got to know that, like I'm sure you know, like chicks can be grimy too, because I see some chicks do some grimy shit. Like I I don't really want to get into it, but I see some chicks do some grimy shit. So like I think that she did some shit to a dude, whether she lined up a dude, she got him set up, that kind of shit. I think it was that, or like I would love to say that she ran off on a plug, but like it's unlikely that was the actual scenario. But typically with females, they set dudes up. That's kind of why I don't like to go and meet chicks, because you never know.
Never know.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Thank you,
J Rowe.
J Rowe 49.
Appreciate that.
That's just me. I'm sorry for her family. I'm sorry that she died. The thing is, I look at it with a side eye.
Yeah, you are side eye in the situation, but then within the same breath, like you were saying, you didn't think the scenario I was bringing up it had much merit, but it was relevant. And to my pushback to you is this: when today's youth and the way these youth are using drugs that we didn't use back in the day like that, no, I don't put it past them. Once you mix these newfound drugs that they taking, from fentanyl to codeine to weed to crack cocaine to coke to meth. I mean, these kids are taking damn near everything. So what was tolerable for us back then that we knew, all right, these are lines you just do not cross, or things you don't do. You throw the drug BGS in the mix with today's society and today's youth, and the way these kids' attention spans are, and the way they hold grudges, and the way they looking at things. No, I think what I was saying earlier is pretty plausible in today's time, sir.
Well, like
It is.
AL, like drugs been around for quite a while.
Yeah, but the thing is, these people, the people that did this were not high. This is intentional. They were not high when they did this, because high is when you kill her in one spot. Okay, not take her to 2 different locations, shoot her in the back of the head, and dump
this
the
is
body.
premeditated.
Not when you have like a 4 or 5 step. Not when you have a 4 or 5
That's a
step
great point.
process.
I'll back off that point.
Like,
You made a
like
great
AL,
point.
like AL. Also,
They're charged
earlier
with
when,
capital murder. Go ahead.
Well, they should be charged with capital murder.
like,
What I want to know is why you did it. That's what I want to know.
Well, like this is why I say that this has to be like there has to be some sort of criminal activity involved, because AL, when he was talking about this earlier, he mentioned there was like some SA involved too as well. So like this is definitely more than personal.
Mm-hmm.
It's like premeditated. Some serious contemplation went into play here.
And you film it and posted it, knowing that you're gonna get caught. Come on.
This was I agree with BGS. This was a message.
Yeah, it was a message to somebody. I don't know
This
who.
This was a true message.
And unfortunately, it went. The message is don't. You're gonna do something like this, don't post it. But yeah,
Well,
people just
they're not
they
stupid.
think
They
it's
know
bad like that.
you're assuming that these people are actually stupid enough to actually convict themselves.
Well, like I gotta agree with what AB was talking about earlier. He's talking about like regardless of whatever the scenario was, it shouldn't have like went to that extent. I agree with that completely, but at the same time, you shouldn't be in that scenario to begin with, because I'm assuming there was money involved in this. I don't think this was like a personal issue. I think this was like a.
No, I think BGS is on to something. She knew these people, and they were probably doing something they weren't supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Switch agendas. What would you say?
Same.
No. What would you say? If you switch agendas, would you feel sorry for the guy?
No.
Why?
No.
Why?
I mean, I don't feel sorry for the chick. I feel sorry.
I'm asking the people that feel sorry, that feel for the woman. Switch agendas. Would you feel sorry for the guy? Same thing happened to him. Or his friends often like that.
Depends.
So where they kidnapped the dude, their friends beat the crap out of him, okay, SA'd him and put a bullet in the back of his head, okay? Would you say that's just a random stuff? They were just kidnapped doing some random shit?
No, I would have to say that's personal.
That's personal. No.
So in other words, just because she's a female, all of a sudden she's just an innocent bystander.
Oh no.
And that's exactly the point that I was trying.
Good point.
That's like the point that I was trying to make. Because I do have a different outlook on this, because I've seen some.
It happens so much in Southern California, they don't even report this shit, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Where you find 3 or 4 females in a house with bullets in their heads, right? Or they dump them on a graveyard site, okay? It happens every other week.
Like there's a few like well-known chicks that are known for setting dudes up and getting them deleted, and like there's even this one chick where it's like a dude got on the verge of being deleted. She went and took his chain off while, in his last minutes.
Okay.
I'm like, that's foul. That's definitely foul.
He doesn't need it. He doesn't need it where he's going.
Exactly. Right. That's why I'm like, chicks can be foul too.
The only things that keep chicks from doing shit like that, they're afraid of getting hurt and afraid of going to jail. Okay, that's why they get dudes to do the stuff for them.
Yeah,
true.
To piggyback on what you said, BGS, working in these facilities, right?
Mm-hmm.
I will say the new generation of girls or young women, man, they bold as a motherfucker, man.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
And the crazy, this whole what's that boy that got his body parts removed? King Von. Whole drill music in Chicago, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you hear the new age of females, just they want to replace men from moving drugs to shooting and killing, like, and even here on one of the units, man, it's a new era, and a lot of these chicks, man. The sad part is, like you said, they know they're taking these risks, but they do not realize the rent. I would say the deep consequences, right? And that's where you start to see the female like, oh, I didn't know I get this deep, and
That's bullshit. They know the consequences, but you got to stop treating them with like
no,
dealing with
I
them
don't
with
think I don't think it's about treating them. They don't. I don't think they go in like psychological in depth.
They know, but they play
Nah,
victim.
bro. I'm telling you, I'm
No,
working.
they know, but they don't know like men do.
Yeah, they don't know how
611
men do.
watching, like, share, subscribe, hit the cash app. Continue, gentlemen.
Yeah, they don't understand like the raw, the uncut version. They go by what they see on TV. They think it's
Right.
easy. You know what I'm saying? Until when they get in one of these units or they see somebody like, the feds, like they just do not understand the level of like danger. They just think it's
Well,
like,
They think it won't happen to them because they're a girl.
yes.
Yeah.
actually, Titan Bloody just made a comment that he's talking about like women are getting charged a lot more with violent crimes
They
lately.
have to. They have
And
to.
like somebody actually brought this up a while back. They were talking about like black women actually have a higher rate of violent crime than white men do.
They,
I'm like, that's crazy.
they don't get charged as much
They don't get charged.
like white men.
They don't.
Mhm.
But the sad part is once they get in here, and I see it all the time. Once when you got the feds, these girls be shaking in their boots, and they're like, and they're seeing some of these numbers. They're like, yeah, this is yeah. Either you do this, or this is what's gonna happen, and you start to see them fall apart, cry, break down. I mean, man, I had two individual women get hit with 15-year sentences. And when they heard that, mind you, they thought, nah, I'm gonna beat this, I'm gonna be good.
Yeah.
They told me like, yeah. And all
Yeah, everybody thinks that.
nah, bro. It's not. Men do not think that.
No, they
Men
don't.
do.
No, they don't. No, I've seen. I know we
Men
talked.
never
I've seen. You see the reaction on their faces when they announce that city. You just see them it's a delayed reaction, and then they just break.
They're gonna cry and get probation. That's what they think.
Yeah.
Case in point, gentlemen. Case in point about that white chick down in Southern California. Be just gonna know the story I'm talking about when I say it. This chick had her boyfriend and his friend in the car with her, and for some reason this boy snapped. She decided she would go 100 plus miles an hour, and she had scoped out the area to go do this shit a couple days prior, and went barreling into a wall and killed. They got killed. She survived the accident. Thought she wouldn't go get charged with it. And that judge charged her with life in prison with no parole. You should have seen how this white bitch was breaking down and lose. Like, I can't believe, what do you mean you can't believe you premeditatedly tried to murder two dudes and you successfully did it by using a vehicle as a weapon and driving over 100 plus miles an hour around a 30-mile-an-hour curve? You lost your mind if that judge wouldn't go sentence you to life.
Yeah.
And the sad part is a lot of these bitches don't even. You think the way they talk and move, they acting like they got big money, and they don't. They ain't got money for these lawyers, as you know what I'm saying. At least men know to a degree. Like, yeah, I'm gonna take this corner point. They just think like, nah, I'm gonna walk through here. It's gonna be hell no.
Mm-mm.
And I'm telling you, the court systems now, and I can only speak from where I'm at. They are finishing these women. They're not playing around.
They're fed up with the women.
Yeah,
they're absolutely fed up.
They're starting to get fed up with these chicks, thinking they can get away with this kind of crap.
Yeah, they're fed up.
At least the court system is actually cracking down on the women. Cause like I said, I've seen a lot of setup chicks that still they're doing well for themselves, to say the least, and they haven't had any sort of repercussions that would have happened to a man. I'm trying to be profane here, so.
I don't know. I mean, maybe in Canada, but up north, them chicks is not winning. them bitches is not winning.
Trial cases of 50, 100 grand starting.
Yeah.
Easy. Again, most people don't have money.
They don't got money, bro.
So
you talking about the court system?
Yes.
The court system in America?
Yeah, people are disillusioned to these institutions that they are interacting with. Like I said, man, I mean, I knew this before I even went to college, but like I said, I had a criminal attorney for professor. So he gave us just the minimum that we needed just to pass the class, just for the books. But over 80% of what he was talking about was real world stuff that he actually went through in court and criminals he actually dealt with.
Yeah, I actually have a family friend that's a
shit ain't sweet out here, man.
Yeah, I actually have a family friend that used to be a criminal attorney, but he went to civil law, so he makes a lot more money doing that. But yeah, he's shared some stories with me.
And the sad part about it is, some of these cases, man, when you some of the heinous behaviors, I don't know what these bitches be really thinking. Like, they really in this imaginary world, like, I'm gonna get away.
This is the price. You know what I think it is? This is the price we're paying for pretending that. At least people around them pretending that black women can do no wrong.
Well, AB,
It's women. When basically they try to treat black women like white women when they get to court. Yeah, they're all females.
Most people don't understand. They don't understand repercussions. They don't understand violence, man. One thing that was
never been taught that.
One thing that I consistently heard when I was boxing and when I was training for Krav, and these are two different states, but they would say the same thing. One, obviously, people got to plan until they get hit in the face, and two, very few people have actually been engaged in violence or witnessed violence. So they really don't know. Like they don't know. People just have these ideas of what I'm going to do or how I'm going to get out until it happens. And very few people follow through. I've been through some stuff and I don't fuck with anybody. I've had a gun pulled on me by somebody I know. But my training kicked in only because I was trained. I didn't do anything stupid. He had the gun right on my stomach.
Yeah.
And then when he looked at my eyes and realized who I was, then he took it away and he left. And this is somebody I know. To this day, he can't look in my face. It's only because he's my nephew's father. And I told him, this is before they were 18. I said, let me tell you guys something, man. Where I'm from, something like that, your father gets dealt with. I told him that flat out. They weren't even 18. I said, once you guys hit 18, I said, if your dad does anything crazy, I'm telling you, he will not understand what is happening to him. That's violence. People don't get it.
Yeah.
And they won't either.
I mean, I'll give you all an example that we had a case where a couple known drug dealers, they had a couple chicks, fly little hood chicks.
Yep.
Basically try to get one of the one of the top drug dealers from one set, right?
Yeah.
So they end up kidnapping homie, whatever. They torture him, right? So this is how dumb they are. So the dudes that basically tortured him left him in a warehouse, right? Didn't lock him down completely. My man ends up escaping.
Oh shit. Okay.
Right? So he finally gets this is how wild this story is. So
that didn't end well. That didn't end well.
No, right? So this is where it gets crazy, Jess, in the rest of the panel. So homie ends up escaping, makes his phone call, calls his people, boom, boom, boom. They're like, where you at? Da-da-da. Now, the same girl that lined homie up is at a cookout with 3 other girls that were also involved. So she's thinking like, yup, I'm good, da-da-da. BJS, when I tell you, till this day in Boston, they hit that car up so hard, even Boston PD, they still haven't found who did it.
Wow.
And the crazy part is the girl there was 4 girls. There's one girl who wasn't even God. I don't know if it was God, whatever, Allah, whatever you want to say. She did not get hit. All 3 girls that were involved in homeboys getting snatched, they all died.
Yeah. And then say if that chick got away with it and whatnot, right? And then a year later, something like this happens to her, just like happened to this young lady. Everybody said, "Well, what happened? What did she do?" Blah blah blah. Yeah.
Well, Actually, BGS, I wanted to ask you a question.
Go
Somebody
ahead.
actually brought this up to you on like your AMA. They were talking
Okay.
about that Germany scenario.
Which one? We're talking about
Oh, that like
the Taurus missiles on the Crimean Bridge. Is that
yeah,
what you're talking about?
exactly
That
that.
one?
I
Okay.
was wondering if it was related to what you spoke about when you were on. I don't want to go into detail because you got to pay
Just
to find out some
unless you give me some
information on
details, I can't answer your question, man. Give me some details.
it. Well, I was just wondering if like was that related to what you were initially talking about? Because you spoke on this like actually before this happened.
Andre, what was I talking about?
You were saying that
Me.
there is some contractors and mercenaries involved in that
Oh yeah, yeah.
conflict over
Oh
there.
yeah. The Russians have been saying that for years. They've been caught. Okay, they've been caught, and they've been processed, and some have been sent back. Okay, and some of them have come back from over there and come back and reported on the war. They've been since the beginning of the war. They've been contractors. All those soldiers that said left, at the beginning of 8,000 soldiers that the Americans had that said left, they didn't leave. They weren't left. They just took off their uniform. They deactivated them. And they became mercenaries or volunteers.
Mm-hmm.
It's not new. They put on a Ukrainian uniform. That's all they did.
Yeah,
But
because like I
go ahead.
like that's actually proof of what you've been talking about. Because like you spoke about this before, it became breaking news for alternate media outlets. I would say.
The thing is, and certain people can tell you, because even on rhymes, I probably speak a little bit more freely than I even do on my Patreon, right? Okay. I'm telling you, the reason that I can pretty decipher this stuff is because for the last 35 years, I've been learning how these people think. And I know what kind of lies they tell. And I would say, if I was in their shoes, what would I do? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And 9 times out of 10, it's not always 100%. 9 times out of 10, I'm pretty much correct because they would do the exact same thing I would do if I was put in the same position. You have to, in other words, if you really want to do this well, okay, just like just like Salty, right? Salty does his stuff. He has to think like a banker. He has to think like the top level executive. He has to think like the guy that's the Fed chairman. He has to think like him, right? Okay,
Yeah.
in other words, Powell is in this position. This is what he's looking at. What would I do? Okay, if I were
Mm-hmm.
looking at the same thing, and
Well,
hold on, in the beginning you're
my
always
apologies.
wrong, right? In the beginning you're wrong, but over time you start to know how these people react to certain circumstances. And
Mm-hmm.
after that, instead of going
Yeah.
from 1 out of 10, you go to 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like
Hold
yeah.
on, wait a minute.
Go
Wait a
ahead.
My
minute.
apologies.
Thank you, Trail
Titan blood.
Titan Bloodden for the $5 cash app. Like, share, subscribe. We got 72 watching. Hit the cash app, support the show. BGS tax in effect.
Put some respect on the like button, okay?
Well,
Yes,
How'd you
sir.
say it? How'd you say
Real
it
quick,
earlier?
Go ahead.
real
BGS,
quick,
how'd you say it earlier in the week? Put some respect on it.
I only say respect. I say spec.
Spec.
I'm like Birdman. Put some spec on it.
Spec, BGS, your thought on Victoria Newland getting canned or whatever they're doing?
Okay. It's okay. In other words, Newland
I know
is
why, but you can explain it better. But go ahead.
okay. Newland's a neocon, right? And
Yeah.
between her
And Cheney, good lord, she's responsible for a lot of shit I didn't know about.
well, yeah, well, she is, but saying but this particular thing is her baby, right? Newland, what's her name? What's her name? Newland. It's Rice, Susan Rice, and what's her name's wife? Hillary Clinton. Okay, this is their baby.
Yeah, HRC.
Yeah, HRC. This is their baby, right? This is
Oh,
this is
boy.
their deal, right? And who is left to actually run this program, right? She's the last one left, right? And guess what? This plan has not worked to perfection. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm starting to hear rumors that Ukraine is really on the verge of collapse.
yeah.
Okay. This is okay. Remember when we first started, I told Russia could have ended this within days or weeks instead of years. Okay.
Yeah.
This is what when Macron started mouthing off and then UK started mouthing off. I said, Okay, you guys are not Ukrainians. You guys are not our brothers. Okay, we will
Mm-hmm.
nuke your cities. That's what he told me. He told Macron, we will
Yeah,
nuke
don't fuck
theirs.
with me. You pretty much said, don't fuck with me.
Don't come over here with NATO. Okay, the only reason that we're doing this is because these are our people. So we're showing them mercy because these are our people.
Well,
which trust and believe, Putin got a lot of hell from his military staff. No, his military staff do not like this because it costs too much blood, too much time, too much money, right? Why are you taking a slow approach to doing this, right?
Yeah.
And Putin had his reasons, right? Because trust and believe, they have a whole bunch of thermobaric bombs, right? You drop about 5 or 6 of those keys, it's a crater, okay?
Yeah.
If they wanted to, but that's not what they want to do because these are their people. It's considered their people. Yeah.
BGS, with that scenario and with what the Germans were trying to do, apparently it was the Russian government, obviously, who was involved in that, and he put it out
Okay.
I'm basically wondering.
I'll explain it. I'll explain it in 3 minutes, but you got to listen carefully, right? Okay.
And please listen.
Listen really carefully, right? Russia is the muscle. Okay, if I'm gonna say it. Well, I'm gonna say this once, right? Russia is the muscle for China, right? Okay, that's why I call them the master blaster. Russia is the muscle, the military muscle. They have the second largest military on the planet, right? Okay. China has the largest manufacturing base on the planet, 1 or 2, right? Put them together, they become the master blaster, right? Go back to if you go back to Thunderdome, right? The Russia's the giant who's the smart man rides on top of his shoulders, right? If you dump the body, China's vulnerable. Okay. But okay, so this is the thing that happened during hopefully my sound doesn't go out. Happened during the Libyan War, right? Not the Libyan War, but the Syrian War, right? But about 2012, 2013-ish, right? Russia got involved and drew a line and said, okay, we're involved now. So you're going to back off of these people. You're going to back off of Syria because we're involved, right? Obama, not one to raise the stakes, back down, okay? So from then on, but where do the ships, the boats that come, that Russia puts into the Mediterranean come from? What port do they have? Crimea.
Have a port in Syria.
Sevastopol has been in Russia's care since Catherine the Great in 1750. Okay, Crimea has been part of Russia, and been the mainstay of the warm water Russian fleet, or Soviet Union fleet, Russian fleet for over almost 300 years. Okay, so the reason you go after Ukraine is because Ukraine was quasi part of Crimea, right? What did they do when the Ukrainian Revolution happened? Russia came in and seized Crimea. So why do they keep trying to hit the Crimean Bridge? Class.
That's actually interesting what you just said.
Class.
Why off Crimea from Russia?
Why are they trying to keep Russia from interfering into the Middle East? That's the whole point of the whole exercise. Okay.
Well, I was saying that's actually interesting what you just said because I actually finally got I have the audiobook, so that's next on my list now to listen to. You mentioned this like a month or 2 ago, at least. You were talking about like Kissinger's book on China. I got that on audiobook, so I'm gonna look into that.
Okay.
So it's interesting that you mentioned what
if you can't retain it, I would say when I do this behind the wall, write it down because it's not the first time I've said this. Okay. Write it down.
I'm new to it behind the wall.
We're moving on, so BJ doesn't get any more trouble. So
basically,
my apologies. Sorry.
Add 1 + 1. Why you think they keep trying to? How come you think they keep putting missiles into Crimea? Class, come on now. The whole focus is that, okay?
Keep them boys in check.
Keep them in check. So.
Yep. Your thought on Sleepy Joe waking up for what was it, like 50 for about 70 minutes to give
well, they gave him something to wake up. But the thing is that he said pretty much what I thought he was going to say. Mainstay. He said mainstay about supporting Ukraine, supporting Gaza,
Yeah.
And then throwing a few trinkets out. Okay, taking some shots at Trump and
Obviously,
throw some trinkets
Game
out.
plan. Basic game plan.
Yep, and throw a few trinkets out for people to vote for him, right?
It's a run straight up. BGS, it's a run straight up the middle. No counter gap or anything. It's a basic game plan.
Basically, it's a draw play. Okay, not even draw play, right?
Not even lead.
They're in the wishbone and they ain't changing their fucking offense.
It's a handoff into the one gap, right?
Up the gut, 34
right up the gut. Yep.
Now, funny story. BGS, I managed to listen to Paint Dry right after this, and naturally they said it was a mic drop moment.
Can I?
I mean,
I know I'm being petty right now.
What I'm saying, that's why I used to respect them, even though I disagree with them. Right, and I'm losing respect for them.
Like actually, last night, it was very interesting.
Okay.
What happened? I don't really have the time to go into detail about that, but it was rather interesting, the conversation that was had last night.
Oh, talking about arts.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was very interesting, the conversation that was had.
Well, give me the bullet points.
It was actually Kojo for a minute, but I think it was Passport OG posted in the chat. That we've lost 20 million black people due to abortion.
Okay.
And for some odd reason, Mike lost his shit. And start crapping on the manosphere and stuff. And after a while, he got to talking about the CHIPS Act and how it was going to help black men.
The who act?
The CHIPS Act.
The chips. They're talking about the sanctions on Chinese chips, or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very much, yeah.
And how it was going to help black men in technology and stuff.
How is it going to help black men?
Exactly. That was his whole thing.
I didn't say BGS. I didn't say it was going to make sense because we both know they had to pass a CHIP Act just to keep up with China.
Here's what he thinks. Here's what I'm going to joke about.
Okay.
Well, black men are going to take their John Henry hammers and they're going to bang the chip fab better than any machine or any specialized machinery.
You ain't shit, Jules.
Okay. What I'm saying, what I'm saying, and correct me if I'm wrong. If any black guy can work in a chip factory, that high tech chip factory, he can actually work any place in the world.
True.
There's no reason that he shouldn't have a job if he actually is skilled.
Like BJS, like yesterday when he was talking about the CHIPS Act, I was asking him. I was like, because he said black, like this was going to help black people. I was like, when you speak of black people, typically, who does that usually benefit? Is that black men or black women? And he said black people.
Did he say how the CHIPS Act was going to help black men?
No, he just stated it without.
Of course not.
And I think that's the problem is that a couple of times I don't read all the things because he says one thing without supporting certain things. He says half truths sometimes, and then doesn't fill in the blanks and infers that the whole thing has been solved. And I don't catch that all the time. And then sometimes he'll say something that insults somebody, but he uses it as a way to deflect away from something that he can't quite back up with the information that he's trying to convey.
Slow clap to Jules.
Yeah, he has like
that's why he thinks he's smarter than everybody in the room.
Well, yeah, he has a way of disinforming and misinforming at the same time, but also providing that the thing he's pointing to is 25% correct, maybe 50%, maybe 75% correct, but it's not 100%. And so, case in point, he said that.
One at a time.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. Case in point, he said that Joe Biden forgave all the student debt.
No, he didn't.
Yeah. But the way he stated that made me think one thing, but it made me think that he was stating that Joe Biden forgave some of the student debt of the people who had paid for 20, 30, 40 years, which that is more correct. Some people had paid off more than what the balance of. So he said, you got 50,000 outstanding. But the way he stated it led me to infer it in my own mind, and not that it was explicitly stated, that a lot of people who have not paid that amount over X, Y,
because
Z.
Vast majority have not.
Have not.
Yes.
That's why they're still complaining about it.
Yeah, so it's like a half truth and a half omission.
And basically, Joe Biden does not by himself have the ability actually to forgive all those debts.
Congress.
It puts a person who's listening into the point of committing with his half truth, and that's a bad.
And basically, if you forgive all the almost $2 trillion worth of debt, who pays the banks back?
Exactly, and all this is coming from someone who supposedly, I guess, working for the state or something in the finance or doing some statistics or data science.
Yeah.
Supposedly. So as far as I'm concerned, you should really not be talking about opinions and your emotions.
Man, and I gotta say, if he doesn't, unless like Tuskegee or Hampton or HU get that like fab contract from the federal government, because a lot of colleges make their money off of like federal government contracts.
Okay.
Unless they get that to make that, it ain't gonna benefit those HBCUs. They're gonna wind up.
This is the thing, because this is something that TSMC was saying, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And this is the problem that's why the president actually left, okay, and went back home, right? America does not have the skill set to build a fab, that kind of fab. They don't.
Well, like BGS.
Yes, sir.
Actually,
Hold on, wait a minute. One time.
Let me get in for a minute, Andre. Andre, let me get in for a minute, because like you said, we don't have the skill. This is one of the reasons why yesterday we were trying to tell Mike, look, if you want black men to compete and black girls to compete in technology, you have to start young.
Yes, you do.
But he for some odd reason was pushing back against it. I was like, okay, man, but you
hold on, Andre. Just calm down for a second, man. I'm not going in. I'm not running off, man. I'll be here. Just calm down.
Not you. I was trying to respond to AB.
I know, but the thing is, you can't interrupt him in mid sentence, though.
My apologies.
But yeah, he got upset because we said that. Like, no, man, they have to start young. We have to start, have to start at the younger age, and that's when Selchuk came in.
Because I came in because he said, "No, you don't," and that's when I said, "Excuse me." Is he sure about that? Because again, this is somebody who supposedly helps black folks, black boys. You're telling me that it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, that's bullshit, and that's why I didn't give him any space for bullshit, because I know it's bullshit. And that's why I got people close to me.
Andre.
I have people close to me who are in these spaces at an extremely high level.
Yeah,
they all started when they were young.
And
that's when I said that. Every single last one, whether male or female, all of them.
Let Andre again, because he's chomping at the bit. Go ahead, man.
I was going to say, he was saying that they don't have to start young because he knows he knows people that didn't have to start young, and they actually achieved success. And when asked of who these people are, he said that, like, I know a lot of people, or it was a vague answer basically.
What I'm saying, there's one good thing about geopolitics and looking at the macro, right? You look how everybody else does this shit, right? Okay,
right.
China started 30 years ago to actually make all these engineers and programmers and all this stuff. It was 2001. China said we are actually going to graduate 1 million engineers and 1 million programmers a year.
Yeah.
That was 20 some odd years ago. There's a reason that they're here now where they are. America did the exact opposite. They actually start stripping away requirements and making college and making school easier. Yeah.
Yes.
They did the opposite. They deindustrialize their children. Okay. China did the opposite. There's a reason that you're here where you are. But go ahead.
Let me get on out the way, gentlemen. My new chapter of Diary of a Mad Snowman will be tomorrow night when I'm driving home from dropping my daughter off. Yes, I've been cleared to drive again. Just got that news Friday.
Okay, cool, man. Cool.
How's
the foot?
It's healing good. It's healing good, man. I mean, they were afraid they would have to amputate a little more because the bone was still sticking out, but it's more superficial now than anything else. So
you got it early, man. Because happened to my father, he didn't take care of it when it was supposed to. It cost him half his leg. So
we got this early, and the ulcers on my legs are starting to heal. In fact, I think the right one, they said, is fully healed now. It's just a lot of superficial wounds that they're still covering up. I'm gonna get some compression socks here in about a month's time. So, and they said that's the big one, getting my sugars down, the compression so the fluid can come out. That's been huge.
You get you, if you can, find you an old exercise bike, man, and pedal a little bit, get that blood flowing.
That's what Jody's going to invest in, like an under the desk bike, since I'm at my desk most of the time.
Go on eBay.
She's going to get one of those.
Hand cycle.
Speaking of BGS's favorite black woman, let me go see if she's okay, and I'm going to call it a night because I have Nebraska and Iowa for the Big Ten Women's Championship tomorrow afternoon.
All right.
Okay, cool.
Yep. 11:30 pregame, noon tip. And I told BGS, for you, I told Jody that's a knuckleball that ain't knuckling, and she just looked at me and said, "Okay, who gave you that one?" I said, "That's one of my own. The guys just agree with it."
Knuckleball is not knuckles over the center field fence.
Listen, when AB put that picture of Sleepy Joe up, I did two things. One, I thought of that phrase, and the second, I gave him my wife's phrase.
Mister, will you please wake up?
Oh my God. Yeah.
That never gets old. Let me split. Thank you, gentlemen, so very much. And I will be on tomorrow afternoon. And we'll be on tomorrow night with episode 3 of Diary of a Mad Snowman. Check it out, y'all.
That's how come I can get up there, man. Because with when he was on there, I don't want the chair throwing.
Yeah, then he was trying to get on me, talking about you live in Indiana. Like, and
why does he always say that you live in Indiana?
Because I have a Republican governor or something.
I thought about it when I was on the bike. Okay, so Indiana is a captured red state, right?
Okay,
like there might be small pockets, like maybe Gary, Indiana, is a blue state, is a blue district.
Yeah,
right?
We got a Democrat mayor. We just voted for him.
Yeah, telling you to go and deal with the Democratic Party in that state is like telling a Republican in California to deal with the Democratic Party in that state.
Pretty
right?
much,
You're essentially, it's like sending you on a suicide mission, essentially. Like the Democratic Party is either doesn't have the demographics or it's just ineffectual, or both.
I'll tell you what they are. They're Republican light, especially at the state level. They're Republican light. That's why I'm like, you might feel okay locally, but at the state level, they're going to be Republican light, and
they probably have like what. Let's say the city council in let's say Indianapolis probably has like 3 out of 8 seats are Democrat, and then the rest are Republican, right? And on the legislative, the state level, it's probably 20 to 35% Democrat, and then the rest Republican, something like that.
Yeah,
right?
I forget. A Democrat hasn't been elected statewide in Indiana in like almost 20 years.
Yeah, so they have a couple of small districts, but nothing major. Yeah.
Well, no, wait a minute. I stand corrected. More like 5 or 6 years, because
Obama won. Obama won. Didn't Obama win Indiana?
Yes.
Or did he win Iowa? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like Indiana is a rap state.
He didn't win the second time.
Yeah. Because Indiana is much like Iowa, but it has more cities. Like it's not that much of a difference between them.
But some of the
go ahead, sir.
Because I got on Mike, he's talking about how Republicans are suppressing the vote, yada yada yada. I'm like, okay, Mike, that's nice, but the Republicans aren't suppressing our vote here.
Like what I found interesting yesterday, he was asking you about like who are the elected officials at different levels of government, and I wasn't sure where he was going with that.
I don't think he did either. He's trying to deflect.
Yeah, he was trying to deflect. He claims because I live in Indiana, I don't have the right to talk about Biden. Okay, bro.
That's been one of the major themes with him and his little crew.
Wait a minute, because you are in a red Republican state, You can't talk about your president.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's what he said.
That's the
I'm
argument.
like, okay, well, I'm like,
well,
okay,
let's
so,
see.
Well, then
so wait a minute.
well, you can't talk about Trump either. Then why are they comment on
Yeah,
Trump?
yeah. That's exactly my point. Like, well, you live in a Democrat
Good
state,
logic,
bro. So
man.
No,
if Trump
I
get reelected,
got
you can't
One
talk about
time.
Trump.
I got to be yes. That's some bullshit. That's what.
Yeah, it is.
The
Man,
argument,
you
the
know,
argument doesn't
I
have to make
got
sense
my
to
whole
make.
family saying that, man, saying it that way. My whole
Wait,
family.
all right. AB, I mean, sorry. AB, you also know the mayor of your town, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How many people actually know who the mayor of their town is? Now, if you could
Like
name all the
100?
city councilmen or, city manager, all that
Bob
type of stuff, that'd be
Hastead.
very impressive. But
I
a lot of
used-
people really
I-
can't name that.
I
Well, hold
used
on.
to,
Well,
man.
hold on.
I used
Well,
to. I can't anymore.
Well, hold on a second. Just think
Exactly. You live
about
in
I
this.
used to be able to do
Nashville.
it. What
Yeah.
districts and what that they were in, I can't do it anymore.
Well, I mean, you would fit the demographic for people who would know. Not to be rude, let's just be clear here about. Let's just be clear. It happens to be that most of the time, when it comes to local elections, the people that are actually coming out are older folks who have more time and are basically in retirement age.
No,
like
when I was younger, especially a teenager to my
that's
20s,
rare. You don't see that
knew.
often.
I know, but the thing is that the reason I don't know it now is because I don't follow them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who's who. I don't even know who's who. I barely know my mayor, even though I remember her from years ago when she used to be what is it, county supervisor? Right? No, a supervisor. Yeah, county supervisor. I remember.
Who, Karen Bass? Really?
Bass, yes.
So unless you're actively involved in some form of, movement or on one of the political sides within your state, there's a low chance that you would know these things.
Yeah.
That you would know these people.
Yeah.
To make that argument it's just a lazy argument to try to change the conversation or try to say that you don't know something, therefore you can't speak on it.
Yeah. So also, I know some staunch Democrats that would probably get mad at him for saying that shit, saying that shit with a straight face. I know some staunch Democrats here in Indiana, so it's not a smart. If you're on for the Democrat Party, that's not really a smart thing to say. But
Yeah.
Well,
that's why I can't do it anymore, man. I just can't, man, because
I'm with you, B. Just last night, that's my last time, man. I felt like I was robbed.
Hey, Sachi, are you reclaiming your time?
With that guy permanently.
You can't get that time back. It's gone. It's gone.
Come on, people.
The last thing I want to say is I was speaking about this whole migrant crisis going on, and I was told that I didn't know what I was talking about because I live in Canada, so I shouldn't speak. So I was like, okay, I'll step down.
Told him that.
No, Canada has the same problem.
Canada does have the same problem.
Well,
Canada's had that problem for years. Okay.
Well,
just to give BGS a little context. And see, I tried to tell him this months ago. Him, DC, and Mac, I tried to tell him this month ago. This immigration is going to be a problem, and sure enough, Black Uru on the panel from Chicago.
Yes.
That's because
look, this immigration thing is a problem. We have an immigration problem here, and they were trying to shoot him down. And I understood Black Uru. I tried to tell him.
I was going up there, so I was seeing it when it was going on. So I know that Black Uru knows about it because I was seeing it, and I don't live there. I was just driving up there for work.
Right. I'll close with this real quick. It's just So I was told I didn't know what I was talking about. I was like, okay. So Salty Balls was trying to get up because the panel was full at the time. So I'm like, I'll drop down so Salty can come up. I dropped down, Salty came up, and they left. And I'm
left.
That's interesting. Yeah, they left immediately.
Oh yeah.
Well, Nagone stayed for a minute, but Mike left.
Stayed for a little bit, but Mike left immediately. I'm like, that's interesting.
That's Salchi normally chases them off.
It's just at this point, man. It's just pathetic at this point. It's pathetic.
Yeah, but they were trying to argue with Black Uru, who lives in Chicago, and if I'm not mistaken, has run for office in Chicago. Yep. They're trying to tell him the immigration wasn't a big problem. Like, okay, bro.
It is. It definitely
Well, it's not a problem for them.
He did run.
They don't care about it. That's the thing. They're okay with it. You don't understand their position. Fundamentally, they're hardcore neoliberals, and they run with the Democratic Party faithfully. They're
it's
actually
also all
agents.
politics are local, and it's not their locality.
Yeah,
I don't think the other guys live in that locality.
Right.
No.
Uru does.
Nope.
And I don't know if they're lying or stupid. I don't. I prefer to say that they're lying.
Probably a bit of both.
Yeah.
Yes,
I don't think.
If you can play this, Salty's probably already seen this before.
Okay, go ahead. Give me just a second.
Okay, Salty's probably already seen this before. This is what I'm talking about. Anytime you get ready.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Let me shrink it down. Right. David Schwerk, I can't even pronounce his name, warns United States fertility rates have collapsed, which imperils Social Security, right? It's called demographics. Why do you think they're here? Okay.
David Schweikert.
Let's play a little bit of it, okay? And let me go to what 1.25 is good for you guys? Or you guys want it faster?
1.25. My brain too slow. I only got 2 brain cells left. Don't burn them out.
Oh, okay. Stay off the weed.
Stay off the weed.
Complexity. Originally, I had promised I was going to do something more simple tonight, and let's just say it didn't work out. So the 3 things we're going to try doing this evening. One, I want to spend a few minutes talking about folklore. The things we get as members of Congress, and this is both for the folks on the left and the right, the comments we get, things people believe, and I want to walk through a little bit of that. I want to do sort of an update status on what's happening financially. And then I'm going to broach a subject that's really uncomfortable, and that's going to be talking about sort of the future. I'm going to talk about sort of fertility rates and what that means to being able to finance Social Security and other things. And for anyone that does not like math, please just go watch something on Netflix right now. A couple of weeks ago, I did a whole presentation on the work we've done on what it takes financially to save Social Security. And one of the things I'm genuinely angry about, and I've been angry about for years, is the left uses Social Security as a weapon, and our folks are terrified to talk about it because every time we talk about trying to save it, we get attacked. And then my brothers and sisters on the left will say, well, just raise the cap. And we showed the math. We had 2 PhD economists spend months working out the math, and raising the caps doesn't get you anywhere close to stabilizing it. And the immorality of this place being willing to double senior poverty in 9 years. You do understand, even if you raise the caps, I showed math that you were still having about a $400 billion shortfall in the first year. And if you did all the taxes, you might got that down to $250, $300 billion shortfall. Today's math says the average couple in 2034 will take a $17,400 cut. We will double senior poverty. Is that a Republican or Democrat perversity? I'll just argue it's a moral one. Why can't we actually work on the math? Yet, when I chaired the Social Security subcommittee, every time I tried to do a room full of actuaries and those things, my brothers and sisters on the left found more joy in the...
Is that you, Salty?
Hey. I took off the mask, all right?
All right. Okay.
Took off the mask and, I took off the, the makeup, all that shit.
All right.
Continue.
Okay.
Politics, because it's a powerful issue. And absolutely immoral what we're doing. There's this concept of a black swan. That's something that sneaks up on you and blows you up. There's this concept of a white swan. You see it coming and you don't do anything. We have the actuary reports in front of us. I know this is a math-free zone. So one of the first things I want to walk through is a concept of, when I did the speech a couple weeks ago, it's had a couple 100,000 views on YouTube. God bless, yay. And then you read through the comments, and those of us in Congress know about half of our comments are bots. A lot of them are Russian bots, which is hysterical. But you read through some of them, they stole my Social Security money. Okay, let's do a math and sort of walk through, because this is really important to understand. The Social Security Trust Fund built up, particularly when the baby boomers, because there was a population bubble that actually built up those tax receipts, had $3-4 trillion in it. Now that's rolled over. No one stole the money. What happened was you don't just let the cash sit there. So the cash was actually loaned to the Treasury, and the Treasury gives a T-bill, a type of Treasury bond. Just like if you walked into your bank and said, I want a U.S. T-bill. Same thing. And twice a year, the Treasury pays interest. The problem right now, when you hear many of us get behind these microphones and talk about the Social Security Trust Fund getting emptied, is the amount of tax receipts that come in your FICA tax every month don't cover all the checks that are going up. So every month they have to take a little bit of one of their T-bills, their treasury bills, and hand it to the treasury and say, we need some cash. We need some cash. Give us some cash so we can make this much Social Security payments. But every time they do that, they use up a little bit of that savings account. And that's that savings account, the trust fund, that is emptied in 2033 or 2034. The Social Security Trust Fund, just like the Transportation Trust Fund, just like the Airline Trust Fund, all the trust funds that are borrowed from, they're paid interest. I'm going to get this wrong, but I think actually last month, because Treasury pays interest twice a year to the Social Security Trust Fund. I think last month may have been 30 billion, 40 billion. The mean interest rate is right. It's right about market. So for everyone, if you say they stole my money, it's there. The average couple, the average will get about a $70,000, $72,000 spiff. So the money they pay into Social Security over their lifetime, the average will get about $72,000. Understand, that's a crap rate of return. If you had been able 20 years ago when it was being discussed, been able to take a little sliver of that money and put it in the market, you would have had a ginormous, I love that word, larger rate of return. Politics of that became toxic. There were lots of campaigns saying, you're trying to privatize. Okay, that world is gone. It's Medicare that actually has the huge problem of, for every dollar you put in, you get almost $5 back. Social Security, you get pretty much the money you put in, crappy rate of return, but you get that back. That's the first folklore I wanted to go over. Number two, you saw in the comments, why aren't there people there? If this room was full as I'm giving this presentation, we got a problem. Because when you're sitting in this room, this is for voting. This is for debating. This is not necessarily where you do your work. You do your work in your meetings and your subcommittees and your primary committees. So when you see the room empty, this is how it's supposed to be. Now, when you have someone behind them, idiot like me behind one of these mics, you're probably on 1,000 televisions. So a lot of these presentations I do, I'm as much here to talk to staff and try to educate them on what's going on in the math. So that's actually one of the things you look for. Another one, I want to say, I have this neighbor, wonderful guy, loves screwing with me. About every 6 weeks, he sends me this text message with this article that's completely fake. David, why do you get 100% of your pension? You got it on the first day. Why do you run again? None of that's true. That's all made up. And you're functionally, for, I think, 25, 30 years, the pension system we have is pretty much identical to the forest ranger. The only reason I say those things is I believe when you see those sorts of comments in posts and other things, it's an attempt to distract. It's an attempt to avoid dealing with what's really going on around us. Yeah. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, House is not in order.
Can the House be in order? Will members please take their conversations outside?
I'm with BGS.
Sorry, as you know, this room has a really weird.
Yes.
Say it again.
I'm a BGS Celsius. Is that you?
Yes.
I'm just saying. Before you continue, we got over 100 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the cash app, support the show, hit the super chat. Are you not entertained? Are you not learning something? Hit the super chat, hit the cash app.
That's why I had to look. I said, "Wait a minute, is that Salchi? He's too white to be Salchi, but it sounds like him. Sounds like him.
Oh man,
you mean you had to cam up, Salchi? I don't think you're black.
Yo. Oh, hey man, I grabbed that picture off of Pinterest. Blackest Negro I could find.
But is that not you, Salchi?
Man,
that's what you would say, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, that's like my Instagram. I know what I'm supposed to put on Instagram, but I don't do it.
Okay. but anyway, let's continue, man. But yeah, right. that's funny as hell because they said, "Damn, is that Salchi or what, man?" Because it sounds like his ass, boy.
Man,
he said, "If you don't understand math, go watch Netflix."
Yeah, exactly.
What he would say. Exactly what he would say too.
Don't fall asleep over here.
Yeah,
we got real lives over here. We're trying to save lives, bro.
Save lives over here.
Man, I can tell you, man. I knew this.
Yeah.
But it really didn't hit me until my father passed. Right?
Okay.
And I'm in the Social Security office where my mother is sitting there, and she's signing the papers that she's supposed to sign because she survived a spouse.
Yeah.
But they tried to break the numbers down, and I was getting frustrated because like I figured it out in under a minute. So I had to like tell him like, well, let me just explain it. You make too much money, so you're not going to get anything.
Ooh, wow,
damn,
just like that. So people don't understand. Again, people don't understand institutions that they're in. If you're going to get 100% of Social Security, you are effectively poor.
Yeah,
like people don't understand that because they tax you at two different levels.
Yeah,
I think it's 25%, no 50%, and no, yeah, I'm forgetting. I'm not doing taxes this year, but the highest end is like 80 or 85%.
Wow. Okay.
And that's if you make more than at the time, like last year was 36,500, I think, something like that.
Yeah, it is.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it. That's my twilight years. Go F yourself. Yeah, I mean, but now that my dad paid into the system, he's dead.
Yeah.
And my mom's not gonna get a penny.
Not a
from
penny.
that.
Well, one of the big things that's going to happen over the next few years is most of the government shutdowns has been over discretionary spending, right? All the stuff that gets approved without anything is the mandatory spending, and that's Social Security, Medicare, and defense. I think there's one more thing, but I can't remember it offhand, right? But all the other stuff is like Department of Ed, Department of Health, all that other stuff, right? And that's discretionary. That means that Congress has to approve that budget. You know, the president says this is what we need for the budget, right?
Yeah.
At a certain point, all the boomers are going to be in there trying to clamor. And then all of the Gen Xers are going to be up next. And there's going to be a push to say, look, we need to start making cuts. And the boomers are not going to want to make cuts once all of them are in there. And that's going to be in the next 5 years, I think.
Yeah.
And they're not going to have the funds to fund those things.
There's two ways out, right? And we actually they're probably going to do part of the one and most of the other one, right? Which is import people. That's why I'm playing this.
And you see how the seats are empty behind them now?
Yeah.
In about 5 years,
they'll be
they're
full.
Talking about this, it'll be packed.
They'll be packed.
PJS, to piggyback on what you guys are saying, like, so I was talking to one of my homies that work for the city of Boston, right? And obviously, you know, we have a massive wave of guys and girls who are retiring because of what's going on in the city, because of deficits, right?
Yeah.
They're already telling people like, yo, instead of getting your 80%, take your 72 and go.
And go and run, yeah.
And people are trying to fight it, and I'm looking at them, y'all are crazy. Because next you know, they're gonna be like, well, now we're gonna do it at 60. We can't afford it.
Yeah, because they don't believe it.
Yeah.
They don't believe it. They don't believe what you're saying because it's too scary. Okay?
Yeah.
It's too scary.
And a lot of people they don't want to do the math, and that's why like I don't try to get too personal. I just say this is the website for Social Security, and I'll do a screenshot so they can see the whole shit, the whole grid, the numbers, and they show you by age, the cutoff, and all this other stuff, so people can get a clue. Like, hold on a minute, even if I'm 20 something or 30 something or 40 something, I still got to be on this shit. Or basically, I'm not supposed to be on this 40 plus plan that they tell you you're supposed to be on. You're really supposed, and that's why I said it before, you're supposed to be on a 20-year plan. You're really supposed to set yourself up by 40, the latest. I'm not trying to like scare people. Like I'm just these are it's basic math I give people.
The thing is, but people are sold a different plan. Okay, by the society.
By society.
It's scary.
Yeah.
It is scary. Okay, they're going back to World War II kind of pension plans, and those probably don't want to exist anymore. But
let
me go ahead and play a little bit more. You guys tell me when you had enough, okay?
Echo effect. And actually, the echo sort of goes away when there's lots of bodies in here. Where there's not, the sound bounces all over. So one of the points I wanted to go to tonight is what's happening. The economy is actually fairly decent right now. GDP growth is fairly decent. Yet I want to make a point because we did the math just before coming to the floor. So we're functioning, 5 months into the fiscal year? We have added $1,443 billion, $1,243 billion in that 5 months. My current math is right now about every 123, 25 days at the current borrowing per day, we're adding another $1 trillion. This is in a time where the economy is pretty good. That means if my average since functionally October 1st is right now, we're borrowing about $7.9 billion every day. Got to understand what that ultimately means to us, because it's actually been accelerating. I think on Friday we set our all-time record. I think we were up to borrowing like $95,000 a second.
Ooh, my God.
Damn.
Almost 100% of that growth is interest, and you're going to see this over and over in the charts, interest and healthcare costs. It's Medicare. It's things that we're not allowed to talk about. They're on autopilot. And if it continues, look, my math says we're heading towards about a $2.6, $2.7 trillion borrow this year in a year where the economy is doing fairly well. But if the current math is today's math held up, you do realize you're broaching $3 trillion. Now, I'm hoping we're going to have a really good April tax receipts. But that means right now, if you take where we're at and average it from the first day of this fiscal year for the 5 months, we're right now, our math is 2.9 trillion for this year, borrow. That is substantially higher than CBO predicted 6 weeks ago. And that's right off the Treasury's website. So let's actually walk through reality and try to understand. My personal theory is we do lots of crazy conversations around here because we're desperate to avoid telling the public or even ourselves the truth. Every single dollar you and I, as members of Congress, vote on is borrowed. Every single dollar we vote on is borrowed. And the way we're going this year, every single dollar we vote on is borrowed, plus 8, 9, maybe $1 trillion of Medicare will be borrowed. And we don't get to vote on that. That's on autopilot. So my point is trying to understand how much. Now, this number is no longer about 73%. We think it's actually approaching 75% will be on mandatory because of the growth of interest. Let me hand that to you. So we made this board a couple days ago, and then it popped. So it wasn't $93,000. It was almost $95,000 a second. But I didn't want to waste the ink and print a new one. Why do the second? Because it's understandable. I mean, let's be brutally honest. How many of us can see 12 zeros in our head? And my fear is that is one of my great sins in trying to communicate my stress about this, is I'm here saying, it's $1 trillion. No one knows what the hell $1 trillion is. It's 12 zeros. But when every second we borrow more, substantially more than the average wage of Americans, maybe that hits home. So let's actually sort of walk through what's going on. And then my sarcasm here is going to be my anger at myself, my brothers and sisters here, particularly on the left, but also on the right. We've been debating and fighting over things that don't even qualify as a day's borrowing. We bring this place to its knees. We remove a speaker. We do this and that. And then you realize the amount of dollars being fought over only equal a couple days worth of borrowing. But darn it, it got us on television. I got to raise some money on the internet. And it's that type of false profit that I will argue is our demise. Because if I can get you to fixate on the shiny objects, you're never going to be willing to absorb the truth on how ugly these numbers are. So this is where we're heading towards right now for 2024. Social Security will be our #1 spend. Looks like it's baseline, though. It looks like it's ticking up. We're actually seeing something interesting where a number of retirees asking for benefits is actually ticking a little faster than we expected. But $1.45 trillion. So $1.45 trillion, #1 spend, Social Security. Interest, both gross and potentially net, but gross interest now is our second biggest spend. And I just had to redo the math because our math right now looks like for 2024, we're going to cross $1.1 trillion of just interest this year. And I know for many people who are forced because you're employed to sit here and listen to an idiot like me talk, you've heard this before, but it doesn't seem to sink in. Is paying $1.1 trillion, is that a Republican or Democrat? It's math. Yet we're not allowed to actually talk about it. Because the hallways in this place are full of people coming to our doors wanting more spending. And you point this out to them and they'll often say, well, take it from someone else. I want my money. It's not your money. It's the taxpayers' money. Medicare. And Medicare is rising rapidly. Healthcare costs. And then defense. For all of my brothers and sisters on the left who always say, cut defense, cut defense. Okay. Yeah, it's sort of stupid, but it's the #4 expense. It's not #1. How often would you and I go home to our constituents and say, what's the biggest spend in government? Oh, it's defense. No, defense is now #4. And at the trend line, in the next few years, healthcare will actually be #1, and interest will be #2. And Social Security, believe it or not, would be number 3. Are right tied to it. It's a very tight number there. All right, so let's actually walk through the 24 spend because I want to be able to get our heads around this. Social Security, and this was a fascinating number, and we've been trying to also average in what the new appropriations bills, remember, we're just now finishing up our 2024, so we're only 5 months late, is the net interest. Because the United States does something no other industrialized country does. We play a game with how we describe our borrowing. Oh, that's borrowing from the public. This is borrowing from the trust funds. So if anyone's listening right now and you question this, go on, what is it, the OECD. Go in and Google right now, or your favorite search engine. What is the debt to GDP of the United States according to OECD? And you're going to get a number, it's like 144%, because they don't let the scam artists say, well, you borrowed it from yourself, but you still have to pay it back, and you're going to have to actually borrow money to pay it back while you're paying interest for it. It's a con. We should never allow discussions in this place and not use the terms gross borrowing, because what? Is it magic money? We don't have to pay it back? It's just money we didn't have to go float publicly traded bonds, but we still have to pay it back. And the reason I built this chart is I wanted you to see a line right here. Even the net interest, so the publicly borrowed money, the interest we're going to pay on that is still the second biggest spend in this government. And I'll say it, and it'll probably just land on deaf ears. So let's actually walk through something that's really uncomfortable, and it's going to tie in. So one of my fixations is, how do you stabilize borrowing so that borrowing equals what our economic growth is? I'm going to show you some charts here later, and this is for the people that actually care about economics. Here's the growth of the country, and here's the debt of the country. If you could ever bring the GDP growth and the debt in line, you've created stability. But we have some crazy headwinds. There's also some crazy opportunities happening. There are good things happening out there. Will Congress be the barrier or the adoption of them? Because right now we are the problem, because we're scared of our own shadows. So if I came to you right now and said, let's come up with a way to stabilize Social Security, let's stabilize Medicare. It's moral. It's our moral obligation. We made a social contract in this society. Okay? We got a problem. And it's all something almost no one here ever talks about. We're not having children. United States fertility rates have collapsed. This number's wrong. It's our latest number for last year is not 1.64, it's 1.63.
Say it again, white boy.
France has a higher fertility rate than the United States. Even when you adjust for their immigration population, they still have a dramatically higher fertility rate. Most of Western Europe.
Say it again, white boy.
Damn, that's embarrassing. France has a high, I'm sorry, I'm being petty right now, but France has a higher birth rate than we do. That's embarrassing, man.
You know why they do? Right. Because the fertility rate that's increased is coming from Africa and the Middle East.
Yep.
Ironic.
The white fertility rate of France last time I looked was 1.3.
Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. But before you start,
France doesn't allow you actually disaggregate the race of the children that are actually born.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Adrian, and thank you, Mississippi Delta guy, for the super chats.
Yeah, and Mississippi Delta, I think I've tapped it in the chat, right? Basically, South Africa, they don't like gentrification, but the thing is that if they want Americans to actually move there, especially retirees, that's the price that they're going to have to pay for American dollars. Can't get around it. I mean, you can't expect the Americans to actually retire from a first world country and go live in the village, okay? With no running, with very little running water, okay, and bring their $20,000-$30,000 over there with them. Doesn't work that way. Go ahead.
I don't see why the Jubilee is a complicated idea, because oh boy.
Nobody knows how it's going to work. Okay, yeah. The debt jubilee and UBI, people keep complaining about it, but it's an emergency situation in case they have to use it when there's no other options. That's the only way they will pull it. But I keep telling people don't listen to that part. They just listen to the part. I don't like the UBI, but you know. Okay. But they don't like to do. I say go watch next time. I say go watch Netflix and come back when the math part is over. But anyway, you got anything else before I start it again? I really don't want to play this. I think this is important because you get to
y'all get the cash app and support the show because this is important.
I mean, this is okay. Even though I've been telling you guys this, God, for 10 years. Okay, And nobody, well, the birth rate, it's not important. Yeah, da 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 da. Now you know why it's important. Okay, continuing. Okay,
looks like us, and we're worse than a whole bunch of the world. How do you and I set public policy so 25 years from now? Remember, Social Security is substantially a pay-as-you-go system. Today's workers are functionally paying for today's retirees. The trust fund was the shock absorber. Trust fund is disappearing. But my future generation of workers is going to be smaller. And you're already seeing this in school districts all over America, where the number of students they have are shrinking.
That's why a lot of schools are closing.
Are we willing to have the really interesting discussion of, okay, are there things we could do economically?
That's the lie. It's not they're shrinking; they have shrunk. Okay, that's the lie that they're telling.
That's why a lot of your schools are closing in different areas because there's not enough kids.
Yes, they have shrunk. It's not shrinking; they have shrunk. But continue.
Because really famous high school here closed, Broad Ripple High School. It's actually been closed for like 10 years now, but a couple of them closed because they just don't have enough kids.
Yeah, you go to any playground and you'll see it. But continuing.
To make it so family formation, so there's more children. There's things we could do to help, but almost every country it's tried has not been able to change fertility rates. I think in Hungary, I think I saw something that, third child, they buy you a house, fourth child, you get some sort of like prize.
How long have you heard me talking about this shit, man?
Yeah.
But the thing is,
you were talking about how they were doing this in South Korea a couple months ago, weren't you?
Yeah. In other words,
got this all day, every day. We know this. This is nothing.
I know, but the thing is that something I hate. This is the shit I hate to be right about. Okay, even though I see it coming. Okay,
right.
I hate to be right about this shit. The thing is, when I try to be accurate, I try not to be right. I try to be accurate. Okay, I'm saying is that by the time it shows up, okay, you guys won't be in disbelief. Okay, because you've seen it coming. Okay, now we know the effects of what's going to happen with fertility rates when it finally catches up with us. That's what he's talking about right now. It's going to catch up with us sooner than expected because it's been happening. It's been happening, but nobody did anything about it. But continue. So all them bitches that say I want to be child free and they want to have kids, they want to get married, family formation. Okay, all those millennials that thought they were high and mighty. I'm not going to have a kid. I'm not going to have a family. Blah blah blah. When they hit 50, this shit's going to come back and bite them in the ass. Continuing.
And it's barely ticked up their fertility rates. It's a really difficult question happening all over the industrialized world. So if you can't really change it, do you actually build public policy to deal with it? Do you accept the fact that we're going to have a lot more automation? It means capital investment. Are we going to have to find ways to safely adopt artificial intelligence into society so the labor force is maximized in its value and what they earn and productivity? Those are policies we need to work on. You've seen the intellectual capital of the conversations we have on the floor here. How many of them are ready to actually have the reality of, hey, we need to set policy? Is this Republican or Democrat? It's demographics. It's life. And then
say it again, white boy. Say it again. Demographics.
I'm going to bounce through the next two boards because there's a punchline here we need to absorb. This is a little uncomfortable, but this was deaths that are projected to exceed births. And the new math.
See that line that I told you? Okay, I've been telling you guys that for 2 years. They reached that in 2015. There's a reason that I'm telling you guys this shit. Okay, and I'm actually getting sick of saying it because y'all just fuck around and find out. Okay, when it comes, then you say BGS, hashtag BGS was right. Yeah, congratulations. Okay, I'm telling you guys this shit for a reason.
Hey BGS, now you know how Dr. Claude feels.
Huh? Say I do.
Now you know how Dr. Claude feels. Dr. Anderson feels.
Oh yeah. I mean, I point blank asked him about the permanent underclass. He said I didn't want to tell black folks they were already the underclass. I didn't want them actually get disappointed. That's what he said.
Yeah, last year he said I ain't talking to you niggas no more. Like, well, shit, I don't blame him. They ain't gonna let you. I don't blame. I don't blame him.
I tell you, Salty and Adrian said, "Fuck these niggas. Take this question private."
Right.
Yes.
Oh, and shout out to Adrian in the chat.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, continuing. Yeah, I'm actually getting tired, man, because I was arguing with somebody on on Bay's channel, right? He came up
Mhm.
about the immigrants and how it was illegal immigrants and blah 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 and stuff like that. I said, hey, man, it's not about that. He said, man, you hush. You've been talking too much. I said, you know what, man? You're right. Let me mute myself. I'm gonna see how much you know. And I went away for like 20 minutes. I want to,
Mhm.
you don't want to know, and I know that you're wrong, but you don't want we don't have a discussion about it. Cool. You know better than me. Keep going.
Mhm.
You know. So I'm getting sick of it. Anyhow, continuing.
In 15 years, you got to understand what a big deal this is. I came behind this microphone a couple years ago, and I got some real crap that was sent to my office. And I think at that time I was saying, hey, in 21, 22 years, we're going to have more deaths than births in this country. And then it became 18 years. And then it became 17 years. The new math now is 15 years. In 15 years, the United States will have more deaths than births. The blip you see here is the pandemic. But if you actually look at the line, you can sort of understand, and here's our crossing. Somewhere before, a little before 2040, which is 15 years, we have more deaths than births. Now try to stabilize long-term benefits. There's ways to do it. This Congress right now is mathematically incapable of owning a calculator. But there's ways to do it. But we can't even put together a debt and deficit commission and have an honest conversation what's happening in our society, demographically, borrowing-wise, interest rate-wise, because maybe it'll affect the next election. Does anyone actually care about their own pensions, let alone their kids and their grandkids? Because we lie. There's not magic money out there. This inflation cycle didn't prove. Those who believed in modern monetary policy, ta-da, you got 30 months, 36 months of high inflation. If that isn't the ultimate proof that the magic money theory didn't work. And here's the punchline. Social Security actuaries is the green line. They actually had fertility rates going up. These were our baselines. The baselines are also already have continued to show that they're wrong.
Ooh.
Be prepared over the next year to see dramatically different numbers coming at us on what our future looks like when financing this society. Because our next generation
looks like red and yellow
smaller.
line probably should look like they're going down instead of where they are flat.
There's ways to make it work. There's ways to make this a society of
I'm
prosperity.
Nobody pull this microphone. Yeah, he telling too much truth.
he has no choice right now. That's why he's up there. Okay, he wants to be optimistic. In fact, this is pretty.
That's optimistic.
Optimistic. What he's showing it right now is optimistic, right?
Yes.
The real numbers. He don't want to tell you what the real numbers. They don't want to scare people. So he's still a politician. Okay.
Yeah,
go ahead.
He's trying to get his Latino gardener, who owns a business and has 15 other people, to marry his daughter or his granddaughter. Like that's the type of thing that I'm thinking is long term. He's like, look, we're cooked unless something really changes, and we got to do something about this.
Okay, we'll talk about it after I finish. I want you guys to know what the problem is. Why I know a lot of stuff I say, y'all think I'm nuts. Okay, BGS, you're overstating this stuff. You're panicking. You're just being black pilled, and it's not as bad as you say, right? Because
demographics is destiny.
Demographic. That's what he's saying. He's showing you that it is. He said monetary policy, all the voodoo economics that you guys came up with. Guess what? That shit didn't work. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, it's scoreboard. Okay.
It just requires intellectual capital, something I'm not sure we're ready to do.
Ooh,
so let's do a quick run through.
So hard.
This is just the first 3 months, and I brought these boards back because I saw some things over the weekend where people were just making numbers up. It's not that hard. You can go right to the Treasury's website. You have to own a calculator, spend an hour laying it out, put it in. You know how to work Excel.
Ooh.
First 3 months. National debt increased the first 3 months. And this was important. This is the 2024 number. $834 billion. Okay, if this is the first 3 months and it's 834, now I can hope maybe there'll be magic tax receipts. But multiply that times 4, and you will see what we're projecting. And the part of the punchline is,
damn, look at all the cards we had.
Interest continues to grow, and I'm going to show you why some of this is. But in those first 3 months, we spent $288 billion in interest, and that number is going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger because this year, it's right around, and there's a debate on how much, because the Treasury announced that they're going to be rolling some of the debt shorter on the curve. So, let's say we had a year where we were going to borrow let's use a simple number, 2.8 trillion new issuances. But you still have about 7.9 trillion that comes due. It's bonds that have been sold in the past. When they come due, particularly if they were bonds sold 3, 4, or 5 years ago with very low interest rates, what happens? They're now sold at the newer, higher interest rates. And that's the modeling problem right now. Do you remember one of the first boards I showed you that we expect interest this year to be 1.1 trillion? A lot of that's because the amount of debt, it's coming due. It's coming due. And we stayed very short on the curve.
Because you borrowed the money at zero interest rates. You're damn near zero, right? Guess what happened over the past 3 years, people?
Instead of what I begged for
Sauchi says,
a few years ago, saying, please go long in the curve. Go long. Because that way, at least you locked it in. And if we have what's happening right now, because understand, because Congress doesn't want to be in charge, because you have a White House here that makes crap up.
Whoa! What did he say? That makes
Pull that guy out of there. Haul him out of there.
Haul him out of there. God damn. All I can say is, say it again, white boy. Say it again. Okay.
He said it. We didn't, old man.
I did. He said it. God damn. I would say he's perturbed, wouldn't you say, Sauchi? He's
just a little bit.
He's a little pissed, isn't he? Yeah, he's not his normal self. I mean, he's he's firing some shots, man. Goddamn, chamber should be empty. Okay, he's firing all these shots at these congressmen. Jesus Christ.
A bunch of the numbers that they published last year. The bond market now runs this country.
Whoa.
Hear my words.
Ooh.
First time the bond market gets cranky.
Ooh.
First time we have an undersubscribed auction.
Ooh.
You watch how fast this place comes in and we capitulate.
Ooh.
Doesn't have to happen.
Ooh.
But we are, because we've abdicated our jobs, we basically made a decision. And this happened actually not that long ago. Go ask some people who were involved in the Clinton administration. Go ask Newt Gingrich. Some of the people are around when the bond market hiccuped.
Yeah.
And the debt situation then was dramatically better than today. This Congress stood attention and did what they needed to do to make the bond market happy. Because if you have a failed bond auction, you want to see society have a really bad day.
So
let's walk a little more through some of these.
Say it again, white boy.
Okay. Total interest costs continue to rise very quickly. And look, I'm just trying to make a point here. First 4 months. If this was 2021, we spent $159 billion in interest. This year, our first 4 months, 357. Remember my point I was trying to make? Interest and healthcare costs. So we're going to knife each other here over discretionary. And understand, I have some things I would do in discretionary, and I'm going to talk about it. And I promise you it will be a television ad attacking me, but it's honest. But we don't control this. The thing we can do is if we convince the bond markets we're taking the debt seriously, maybe the interest rates to buy our debt get more efficient, get lower. But the only way the bond market gives us that spiff is because we do our work. And we've proven over and over, we're incapable of doing our work.
He's mad.
So this was my calculation as of a week and a half ago, and now it's gone up again. But we were basically trying to say, my frustration was last September, we were projecting, hey, interest is only going to be $709 billion.
We need BGS tax for this, man, because y'all getting a lesson today. This is as black pill as you can get right now.
Hit my Cash App.
Hit the Cash App. Hit donate. This is a master class in black pill Congress, a Congress meeting.
And then when we got a little beyond that, from October to January, we borrowed 357, and then you start to annualize that, and that's how you're getting closer. Now that's actually going up from that. I'm just trying to make a point. CBO.
We're fucked.
OMB. A lot of the people around us, they're good people, they're projections. Something's gone horribly wrong in our math and our modeling. We keep being really off the mark. These are dangerous. You know, if you're on the left and you care about social welfare policy and the ability to afford that, if you're on the left or right and your fixation is economic prosperity and opportunity, we're going to crush both sides. And it's right in front of us. And we do almost nothing to tell the truth about it. I brought some boards about interest rates. I don't know if anyone really cares, but when you start to understand that the differences out there, marketable, unmarketable. Unmarketable is payments to trust funds and other things. Marketable is you have a bond, you could sell it tomorrow. You have those. interest rates on outstanding debt. And remember, much of this debt had been sold down here in the trough around 1.5 or so was the mean yields. Now it's coming in at well over 3.
Big brain
Okay,
plays.
you go, huh? Just understand that difference is you just doubled your interest costs.
Ooh.
Big brain plays.
All right, let's go into something that's uncomfortable.
Ooh, that wasn't uncomfortable already?
One of the first boards I showed that every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed. Okay? So, and I haven't vetted this. It was actually, I think, in a New York Times article, so God knows if that's accurate, that the budget bills that will be coming to us in the next couple of weeks will have around 7,000 plus earmarks in them.
Ooh.
Now, the earmarks are only a tiny, tiny fraction of the spending. Okay? Accept what it is. A really uncomfortable question. Is it actually moral? Is it good economics to borrow money? Because that's what we do. Everything we're going to vote on here is we're borrowing. To borrow money, and many of these are things I like. But is it appropriate to borrow money here and send it to entities that actually have their own taxing authority?
Or like legal immigrants?
It's better. Turns out we spent a little time looking at municipal bond debt earlier today. Do you know cities, states, counties, particularly the highest rated ones, those with like AAAs, and you have to do the tax adjustment because muni bonds have certain tax benefits. Many of them actually have lower interest rates than the United States sovereign debt. So a well-run city with a really good credit rating actually gets float bonds at lower interest rates than we do. That should tell you something.
Ooh.
Is it rational and moral that we borrow money and send it to entities that have both their own taxing and borrowing authority?
Ukraine.
And many of those entities actually can borrow money at equal to or better than what we're paying over here. Of non-defense discretionary, about 40% of the money in that non-defense discretionary is actually money we're sending to entities that have their own taxing and borrowing authority. Now, we would all probably get unelected the next day because people would lose their mind saying, we thought that was free money. It's free money, except we're borrowing it and paying interest on it. Those are the types of things. Are we capable of having an honest discussion about it? Of course not. But we could try. Here, can I hand you that? All right. A couple more here, and then I'm going to go back to the office and have more coffee.
Thank you.
There's often an argument, you can borrow money, but you need, in the long run, to keep it close to the growth of your economy. So how often do you hear people talk about the debt to GDP and the fact the United States now is functionally at 100% of public and borrowed, and if you do total gross, you're well over 140% of debt to GDP. Okay, let's use that entity, and then we adjust for inflation. Because remember, $1 the day President Biden came into office and $1 today, that dollar today is worth 22, maybe 23% less.
Ooh, my God.
So you have to do all these inflation calculators. But this is actually that fancy, what's the fancy word? Ceteris paribus, held equal. Trying to point out the increase in national debt, but this is the increase in GDP over 2023. So if this growth here in this debt were right about this green line, you'd actually been stable. In a weird way, when you have a politician stand in front of you and say, we're going to pay it off. Really? Did I mention every dime we vote on is now borrowed, plus close to $1 trillion of things we don't even get to vote on, mandatory spending, things like Medicare is borrowed? It would be nirvana if we could just work our heinies off and get stability. Bring down the growth of this debt so it would match our growth rates. And the benefit of that is for the left, if they want to spend more money, great. Grow the economy more, creates more capacity, more tax receipts, more borrowing capacity. For those of us who want to cut, we actually know the number we're working towards. That's how we would do it if we put on our economist hat. Same concept, just a little bit differently done. Increase in national debt outpaced growth in the economy by more than $1 trillion over the past year. And that's what that bond market's going to be looking at. It's that debt to GDP, and when does it hit stress? When does a spike in interest rates? When does a recession? When does a pandemic? When does a war make it so your likelihood to be paid back your interest and your principal? And understand, when the United States actually has, and dear God, please don't let it ever happen, that moment of stress, that failed auction, we put the entire world into a depression. The entire world, let alone your pension, let alone my kids' future, depends on us getting our act together here. So the last chart, and this one is a little difficult because there's some anomalies in the numbers, but we didn't have time to fix it. So on occasion, we'll go all the way back to 2000. Now remember, 2000 had an unusual tax collection year because the year or two before that, there were massive capital gains because of the dot-com bubble. So the number is always distorted. But at that year, we collected 20% of GDP in taxes. Okay, long run average has been about 17.8. So let's actually go to 2023. That year, we collected 16.5% of GDP in taxes. We still had some of the legacy of COVID and some other things. But the other part of this chart, I'm trying to show you the hierarchy of spending. You know, Social Security, where Medicare, defense, others, and you start to see the spending up here. When you start seeing that green, well, the green is nothing but interest. Mm. And our problem is, even with the projections, which I hope are right, that long run over the next 8 years or so, we start getting up close to 18% of the economy in tax receipts. Okay, great. The gap continues to still widen. And most of that widening is our projection of the benefits we've promised our brothers and sisters who get older. Our, 67 million of us who are baby boomers. Our healthcare benefits, the interest we owe, and then back to the point earlier. What do these numbers look like in 2033, 2034 when the Social Security Trust Fund is empty? Will the policy be we're going to raise taxes? Okay, except I've already done the presentation multiple times on the floor where I brought in the economic data from both liberal groups and other groups that showed even tax maximization. This is the punchline, please understand. The tax maximization, when you do the economic effects, you get about 1.5 points of GDP. So you take people $400,000 and tax maximize everything for them. Tax maximize their income tax, their capital gains tax, their estate tax. You just do it all. You get about 1.5 points of GDP. Yay. And then over here, for those of us who want to cut things, you take everything that's been discussed in discretionary, the debate we've had in this place for the last several months, and it's a fraction of a percent. It's not even a rounding error. So you'd have to change programs, change spending, adopt technology, make people healthier. Understand, the single biggest thing you could do to bring down borrowing over the next decade, take on things like diabetes. 33% of all healthcare spending. And it would be moral, and is that Republican or Democrat? It's just the right thing to do. How many brilliant discussions have you seen behind these microphones of saying we're actually looking for real solutions? Now we're too busy knifing each other. Ooh. So for those of us, I can find about 1.5 point of GDP to cut. Okay, so I got 1.5 points over here. Let's say it's 1.5 points over here in this end. This year so far, we're borrowing 9.6% of the entire economy. 9.6 of all GDP. And all the solutions are a fraction of that. Yet the left's going to come behind the microphone and say, we don't tax rich people enough. And the right's going to come in saying, it's foreign aid and spending. Well, foreign aid equals like 7, 8 days, maybe 9 days of borrowing. Ooh. Every dime of it. Mm. Why can't we just tell the truth? Madam Speaker Pro Tem, every dime of borrowing from today through the next 30 years is demographics. Mm. Mm. And maybe telling the truth gets me unelected, but damn it, it's worth telling the truth. Oh, it's demographics. It's interest on what's been borrowed and what's to be borrowed. It's healthcare, particularly Medicare. And if 8, 9 years from now, when the Social Security Trust Fund is emptied, and remember, the math is the very first year, the shortfall is $616 billion. How do we backfill that? If you try to backfill it through taxes, fine. You got to accept the economic effects of how much you just slowed down the economy and how you slowed down other tax receipts. If you do it through borrowing, well, then it explodes. And that's how you see some projections that 30 years from now, U.S. sovereign debt will be $130 trillion. And between now and then, how many people around the world, how many people in this country are going to be willing to buy our debt? Do our work, take it seriously, put together the Debt and Deficit Commission, demonstrate to the people who want to save and buy U.S. debt that we're paying them back seriously. Take it seriously that I have very young kids. They deserve a future, but also make it so that people who want to enjoy their retirement understand the stability, retirement security. We all say it, and almost none of us are willing to actually do the work for it. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, with that, I'm going to go have some more coffee and yield back.
With that, I'm
The
out.
gentleman yields back.
With that, I'm out. Okay.
Yeah. Salute to Dr. T in the chat.
Yep. What's up, Doc? That is why they're importing people like crazy. Demographics, right? They don't have enough workers to take care of the old people that are retiring.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're going gangbusters by going nuts by importing people as fast as they can. And especially white people, because white people have maxed out. Their death cross happened in 2015. Okay. The only reason is actually extended out another 15 years is because of black people and migrants. Okay. Newly imported people. White people maxed out almost 10 years ago. Okay. And that is why they're importing everybody they can as workers to come in and fill this gap. What he just told you. Okay. If I'm wrong and he's wrong, Salty's right here. Salty can disagree if he wants to.
Unfortunately, I can't. Sorry. Sorry to tell y'all, man. I mean, this is why I told the guys.
It's over.
This is why I say, listen, make as much money as you possibly can while taking care of your health. Don't deal with any woman who's not on your program, who gives a damn about them. They're not on your program. Don't waste your time. You need to start saving at a minimum 30% of your income. You really want to get at 50%. When you do that, trust me, you do it not even for a year. You do that for a couple months and you see how fast you accumulate money. You will be so much more motivated to be more efficient to get where you need to go. So you're going to be on the good side of the stick.
Yep.
That's why I say that. And again, these are basic numbers. I'm not giving y'all none of this crazy none of this crap, because clearly this shit don't work.
Yeah.
My basic math works. It's consistent.
Yeah.
Not 40 years, 20 years, dog. Get it done. You can do it in 10, but do it in 20 years, man. You get your job, your career. You don't be too good now, because then they're gonna pigeonhole you. But be more than good enough. Try to get in the top 10% of income earners in your area. Save your money. Learn how to invest. And I'm telling you, you will be fine. Take care of your health. You will be fine, man. Other than that, I'm telling you, that's why I say it's over. The math says it's over.
Yeah.
Sorry.
In other words, 1 and 1 do not make 2 anymore.
Man, the way shit.
Go back to the margin call, man.
Oh boy.
Let me mute up.
You getting ready to say something you shouldn't.
Yeah.
In other words, that's why I'm trying to tell you that about the immigration. Okay. He's not doing this to piss you off. He's not doing this because he loves immigrants. He's doing it because he has to. Okay. There's always a why. I'm not interested in the what anymore. I'm interested in the why do you do shit like this? Okay. Why are you doing this? You just pissed off your foreign investors by sanctioning Russia. Now they don't trust you. You think they're gonna come back and just willingly just buy up all your bonds? Really? Okay.
BJ, on my Instagram, I put up a book on bonds. And in my comment, I said, I didn't break it down all the way, but I said, basically the bond market, well, it's the largest market, but on the surface, it reflects the confidence in America.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Mississippi Delta, and thank you, Dr. T, for the super chat.
And what did he say? It lets you have basically if the bond market gets shook and has a hookup, America's going to have a bad day.
I'm telling y'all, go online and just look up how large the bond market is. Just do that. Like, I look at these things to force me not to be too comfortable on purpose.
Yeah.
Anybody can get it. Just understand that.
What I'm saying, he just gave you a 40-minute master class in the debt and in Social Security and demographics. A master class in 40 minutes. And You could tell he was pissed. There was no bullshit detected. I didn't detect any. I don't know about you guys. I didn't detect none. And he actually held back because he was mad. He was pissed. He said, "I will probably I probably won't get elected after this."
Yep.
That's what he said. By giving bad news, he said, "I probably won't have a job after this." But he said, "I don't care."
Yep.
What does that tell you? There's a reason that people do things. If I cannot stress it to you enough, right? I do not, I deal in the what a little bit, but I really deal in the why.
Why something's happening?
Why does something happening? Why would very smart people and trust Sauchi talks to these people all the time? People in Washington D.C. I talk to these people all the time, right? These people are not stupid. Okay, as much as we like to think that they're not stupid. They got very good educations. They're on the hill. They talk this shit all the time. They're not stupid. There's a reason that when they do shit, it's for a reason. Sometimes they might be wrong. Okay, the strategy might be wrong, but there's a very succinct, well thought out reason why they do shit. If anybody that doesn't believe that, you're smoking crack. Okay. There's a reason why Biden did this with flying immigrants in over the plane, right? While he's shipping them out to Chicago and New York and D.C. and wherever he can actually put them, right? There's a reason why they're allowing them to buy houses and damn near vote, because they need workers to fill this gap. Okay, because they've been yelling at the Chinese for 2 decades about demographics and how they won't be able to take care of their old people. The only difference is China's willing to let their old people die. Okay, are we? Okay, if in China, you 65, you retired, and you dead weight, somebody like me, and I get sick. If we can, put him in his room, send a doctor by. If he heals, he does not. If not, we're gonna we got a place in the furnace for him. Okay, burn his body. Okay.
It's hard to do that in America when that's your voting base.
Well, hey, during COVID, we're doing COVID, man.
Remember during the virus?
Yes. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jules.
You still there, Jules? They got you?
Yeah. No. I was listening to wrong headphones. I was coming back from outside. Do you remember during the virus when something like 60,000 cell phones just disappeared off the planet? Because there's a lot of old people who caught the virus and they just, they fed them, helped them as much as they could, and then they couldn't help them anymore.
It wasn't 60,000 in China. It was 41 million.
Damn.
I was off by a significant magnitude.
See, there you go. There you go with the butt. See, the butt was wrong. Way off this time, Jules.
I remember it being like
it wasn't a 3% error this time, Jules. Normally within plus or minus 3, but you were off way more than that. Okay, it's 41 million.
Yeah. It's just like a lot of these societies need people to run, and like when you look at the demographics of a lot of areas where there's wealth, there are people, because people bring productivity. Productivity brings wealth.
Yeah, and 75% of your budget is budgeted towards what? Old people.
And especially,
Social Security and
Medicare, Medicaid. Medicaid, no, but there's a bunch of things that are just tied together to make a society run.
So if we run into some Hunger Games, hey, take my old ass out of the country, okay? We can. You know what? We can actually balance this budget real quick.
Yeah.
Now I'm kidding. I'm joking. Don't come for me. All right. I'm joking. Okay.
They can do it very quickly.
Wink, wink.
Yeah, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Joking, kinda.
And it's called the old nigga solution. Okay.
Oh my God! Is that your little mustache coming out?
But see, in America, you'd have to have something like they don't have as many programs as they want to eliminate something like China supposedly did to resolve that situation. You would have to have like kids saying, "Oh, I'm getting this inheritance. I'm gonna just start pushing my parents down the stairs and stuff like that. And that's not going to happen.
Well, you
as
got a
much
problem.
as they would
You got
expect.
a problem there to begin with, anyway, because you got, you said kids, and that's the issue in and of itself.
The children of those folks. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they're going to be older people. They're not going to be young themselves. They're not kids in the way that you think the kids.
In other words, you don't have to just push them down the stairs. You just kind of cut their budget to the point where they can't survive.
It's called, filter feed. You know what I mean? Like you can breathe air to live, right? That's all you need.
If you don't do option A, you have to do option B, which is import workers, which is what they're doing. So all the old folks that are 45 and above that don't like immigration, go back and run the tape back on this and see if it doesn't change your mind. Okay?
No.
And I'm not saying that I like Biden. I'm not saying that I like Trump. I'm not saying that I like anybody, right? But the thing is, if there's a reason, because this is too rushed, right? It's too heinous. In other words, he's pushing too many people. What is 3 or 4 million people under his administration already come across the borders?
7 million.
7 million, right? That tells you that's not normal. Okay, why is he doing this, and why is everybody else turning their heads? For the most part, okay, everybody's looking the other way. Even down in Texas, as long as they don't stay in Texas, I'm good with it. He's shut the fuck up. Okay, I'm bust them to Chicago, bust them to Indiana, bust them to New York, bust them to DC, bust them to Oregon if you have to. Right? They can't stay here because we can't take care of them. The thing is, why are they doing it? He just explained to you why. That's why I wanted to show the tape first, right? Because if I just told you, BGS, it just went through 43 minutes and showed you a whole bunch of slides, okay? And you can see the look on his face. He was not bullshitting, okay? Salty bullshit when he talks, okay?
He had the Ross Perot slides out. He was saying, like, this is the interest, this is the debt, these are the obligations that we must. And he laid it out, mandatory spending, right? Yep. Defense, Medicare, Social Security, and the discretionary spending. I talked about that before. But like, there's a lot of stuff that we have, and interest on the debt, and we have to keep that paying, or else this country tanks, the global economy tanks, and it becomes a very big problem for everyone.
I could tell you,
people
right?
in Papua New Guinea, they don't know. This shit has become a problem.
Jules. I can't hear you. You're Morgan. Yeah, go ahead, Salchi.
And I could tell you right now, these states, their tax receipts aren't looking that healthy year to date, and these tax returns aren't people who typically would get tax refunds. How's that going?
Yeah. Why do you think they canceled abortion? Why do you think they're trying to force IVS? This is one thing, with this knowledge, the manager say, okay, you want to form families and marry these single mothers and hoes, make it worth our while.
Yep.
Make it worth our while. If you want us to start having families again, because you haven't made it worth our while over the last 50 years, why should start doing this now? How do we get these kids in their basement jacking off and playing video games back to work?
And you're getting hit everywhere. The incomes are not. They haven't kept pace with inflation for a long time, but they especially don't keep pace now.
Salchi, where's this going to come back at us?
Shoot,
everywhere.
Man. And I'm like, and this is me being optimistic.
Really?
It's like, this is why I've been like, man. I mean, I personally took a hit last year. Like, I'm about to be 41. Like, I'm turning back into my late 20-year-old, just cold-blooded. Don't get in my fucking way, because I'm not gonna be on the wrong side.
So for the past few years, we got the kind of gentler Salty.
You got exactly. This is the if you can't keep up swimming, I'm not looking back.
In other words, I don't have to beat the bear.
Exactly.
Beat you.
And I'm fast. I ran track, played football. I'm fast, real fast.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Salchi, your optimism, it kind of sounds like you're a pessimist. That was sarcastic, by the way.
Well, for me,
imagine him being pessimistic.
He's not a pessimist. I'm a pessimist. He's an optimist.
I know. I was being sarcastic.
He's a realist.
I'm just trolling.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only reason why like I don't joke much with the guys, because like I'm not really talking about myself. Like even when my mom asks me, I always tell her, like, why? Like I'm good. Like I'm gonna be good. But everybody else, I don't know.
I don't know about you, huh?
I don't know. That's
I'm
why
more
I
of
lie
the,
to y'all.
Yeah, I lean on the opinion of game over. We're kind of screwed.
Yeah,
That's where I lean. I'm a pessimist though. That's my take.
I want to be wrong. Personally,
I do too.
Yeah,
I want to be wrong.
I can tell, PK. You always come with that negative.
And he said the exact same thing. I hope I'm wrong. We said the exact same thing. That's how bad it is.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, man.
You're wrong too, but it doesn't look like you are, unfortunately.
Yeah. In other words, he said if the music were to stop, and if the music was to stop, as you say, this wouldn't be close.
I'm pretty hype. I think maybe the music should stop, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. You don't like young people. You don't like.
You're not a pessimist. You're our man. You're not a pessimist. You're our man.
Yeah, like that's some Owl Man shit right there.
Yeah.
Like just let it go. It'll fix itself. When we go back to sticks and stones, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Back to the dark age. Huh?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
That sticks and stones. No.
Back to the dark age, boy. But all this stuff that you see over the past 2 years is because of demographics and destiny, right? Okay. It can be summed. The whole Biden administration can be summed up by that 40-minute presentation. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Everything he's done goes back to these numbers. I'm just saying.
What numbers are we speaking about?
Demographics and budget. Okay. In other words, you do not have enough workers to actually pay the debt for, it's a pay-as-you-go system, right? And what did he say? The trust fund is a shock absorber, right? Guess what happens to the shock absorber? Compressed. Why? Because you are not having enough babies. There's enough workers to take the place of the people coming out of the workforce. And guess what COVID did? Forced a lot more people that would have probably stayed in the workforce another 10 years out.
And you have too many knuckleheads running around that won't change the system, so we can produce more babies. But
you will change the system. You either change the system or the system will change you.
Yep. Yep.
And so you want to kiss up and be nice to these broads, to your detriment, right? You're gonna wind up like South Korea, only faster. Okay?
There's a cost to that.
There's
a very real cost to that.
Only thing, South Korea doesn't have the debt that we have. That's the good thing about them. They got leeway.
BGS, you actually brought up something that was spoken about yesterday. It was according to Mike, he was talking about because I think he was like going at Passport OG. He was like, why are you worried about like abortion? Because the black population in the U.S. increased 30% since the 2000s, and I was just like, if 54, I think the most accurate number is 56% of black men are like childless. Who's actually fathering these children?
Well, not only that,
beneficial for black men.
Not only that, but you're not even looking at the numbers for real. If that's what you're actually thinking. If you think that the black population has increased,
it has.
Well, no. If
I
in
never
raw numbers,
I never said that. That wasn't me.
I know. What he's saying about Mike, he's not talking about you specifically.
Oh, okay. My
apologies. If you think that, then there's no way you look at like demographic numbers. At least not insofar as America is concerned. There's no way you do.
That's how come either. I don't think Mike is dumb. I don't know how to explain. He's not that dumb. Come on, it's got to be something else.
Maybe like I said, I think that it's a good play. It's a mixture of both.
Mixture of both.
Yeah, maybe you're dumb to like a little. You're a little dumb, and you're also ignorant or stupid.
Go ahead, Andre. Go ahead, Andre.
Like I was gonna say, like I said, like when he said that, like it's kind of like the movie Idiocracy playing out in real time. And Art actually, he kind of commented, like he was saying, like Mike, like his heart is in the right place, but there's other factors going on. which I could agree with that wholeheartedly. All right.
The thing is, I blame the left wing intelligentsia that knows this shit.
Yes.
I blame them. That's what pisses me off. Yeah, they know this shit, right? All the feminists and all the left wing people, they know this shit. Okay, that's how come they never said anything about abortion for the most part. Okay, they already knew it was coming. They already knew why it was coming. Most of your feminist intelligentsia, especially in the upper regions of like academia, they didn't say shit about abortion. They knew what was coming.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, they won't speak out and come to these chicks. Hey, this is the society that you're going to get if you don't do your duty, which is have children. It's your duty to have children. It's not a wish. It's not a want. It's not because I feel like it. It's your duty, because guess what's going to happen to you in 30 years if you don't?
Well, if you fundamentally believe that women don't have any duty to society, what do you end up with?
You're dead society. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
So I mean, like, that's the game we're playing at.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait.
Go ahead.
I just saw a video of a white chick. I think she's a therapist, and she's asking, how come there's all these white boys that are just, sitting around playing in their 20s and 30s, just sitting around playing video games and jerking off and not.
The white boys, and I can tell you because I've talked to some, I've seen some online, they have given up.
Yes.
They're giving up. They said the white boys are basically, instead of let it rot, let it burn. A lot of young kids, fuck it. We can't get a fair shot. All the money's going to the women. Nobody listens to us. Nobody has a future for us. Blah blah blah. Let it burn. Why should we care?
Yeah. All they hear is down with the patriarchy. I'm like, okay, let it burn.
Yeah.
Let it burn.
Like BGS actually.
Uh-huh.
There's a popular space in the black pill sector, like the pseudo black pill sector, that like
Slick Rick, you can hit the link and come on up, man. If you want to talk that bullshit, man. Because I mean, normally I would not even bother about it. I'm not going for stupidity today. Okay, that's stupid bullshit. Okay, do that shit someplace else. Okay.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. Okay, we're talking about something a fundamental problem in the United States that needs to be fixed on high, because they unleashed this bullshit 50 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, BGS, like there's a popular space in the pseudo black pill sector that's like apparently it's mostly black people in there. I can kind of tell by the conversations being had.
When you say black pill space, you're talking about incel space.
That's what they call themselves, but like
no, there's a difference between black pill people, okay, that are married and have good jobs in Washington D.C. Okay, like the gentleman that just talked. Okay, he's black pill. Okay.
Yeah. They're not that at all. I'm just saying it's like
okay, a black pill space. Those are the incel space. Okay, what about them?
I was gonna say like I shouldn't be saying this now, but
no, go ahead, just whatever. You don't have to
get it out. Get it out. Come on.
Get it out. Don't you brought it up? Go ahead and get it out.
I was gonna say, whenever you find the time, I think like it would be beneficial for you to go there, because like I've been trying to tell these dudes, it's like the shit you guys are talking about, like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, basically.
Are they gonna listen to me?
Probably not.
Probably not.
In other words, man, I've been doing this 10 years, man. I've been, Saucy y'all can see me over 10 years. I don't just tell you shit. I show you the shit. I give you articles, I give you newspapers, I give you books, I give you videos, blah blah blah. And man, it's like, okay, if I did all this for 10 years, you guys don't believe it. You know what? At this point, you guys enjoy your last 10 years, all right?
What I found interesting about my apologies. Go ahead, AB.
Yeah, we'll change the topic.
Go ahead.
I got something funny for BGS.
Go
ahead. These chicks have jumped the shark. Apparently, they didn't like Tyrese. Something Tyrese said.
Okay.
Now BGS, listen carefully.
Uh-huh.
These chicks called Tyrese an incel. I was on Mr. Z's panel earlier. He said that was like, Mr. Z, I'm just gonna be blunt, straight up. most of these heifers, that's not the word I use, would be bent over for Tyrese if he asked within 2 seconds.
I mean,
how can you call Tyrese an incel?
Because it's just like calling him gay. It's just a slur.
But I'm like, really?
Yeah, they'll call you gay. They'll call you incel, and they don't even know what it means. They just know it's just a negative.
Like these chicks act like we didn't know they were lusting after Tyrese back in the early 2000s.
The thing, it doesn't matter if the black chicks don't want him. You have Asians, you got Latinos, you got white will be at his house and lounging around naked for weeks if he wants them.
Yeah, what'd you say? We got 4 billion other coochies to look at. So
he can go film a Fast and Furious in Brazil. Get all the coochie that he wants.
I don't know how Mrs. C does it, man. He has to be cutting his lifespan down.
Yeah, listen to that crap.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. He's glutton for punishment. He likes that stuff.
Yeah.
He does.
Like,
he likes that stuff. I can't listen to it.
Mrs. D,
Salty, I can't do it.
Bro, I imagine he got masochistic tendencies. That's what's going on there.
Well, like with Mr. Z, I've always told him, like, you're doing the Lord's work right now.
Yeah.
I always tell him that you're doing the Lord's work.
Well, I mean, for him, if he likes it, is it the Lord's work? It's just what he wanted to do. He likes it.
He likes it. He likes he's glutton for punishment.
Yeah.
Well, so some of the links that he talks about, when I try to listen to them, I listen to like a minute or two. And it's just like black men ain't shit and fuck black men, and I'm like, I can't listen past that. I'm just like, I can't.
He can't. He can do it though. He loves that. He listened to the whole stream.
Straight up BGS. I tried listening to Chrissy for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, I was done. I was like, nope, I can't listen to this ever. Nah.
Chrissy used to be reasonable. She's not anymore. Well, she's making money. She's pandering to her crowd. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Her and Jason Black.
Like listening to these hateful women, like, yeah, I try it. I'm just like, just to get their side of it. And it's just like, it's so hateful. Like it burns my soul. So I'm just like,
it doesn't matter. In 2 years, you be bet. You know, you're already getting the hey big head calls. And
hey big head.
Yeah, they're gonna be doing the same thing. Or either that, be out in the street selling.
Oh, speaking of which, I did see that. Shout out to Adrian. I did see that video that he shared earlier with Sukiyana.
Sukiyana's bringing out the message. I sell coochie. Okay.
Yeah, I'm selling coochie. I was like, yeah, that sounds like
she's making it popular. Okay. Hey, shout out to her. She's an honest hoe.
Yeah.
I might clip that and basically and we'll play Sukiyana singing a clip of that, and then Delary said, "All my hoes is honest."
Well, hey,
I have to get the Sexy Red too. I have to get that. I gotta get that heifer credit. She said in her song "Coochie Stank." I was like, damn.
Gosh.
Like I would say in general, hoes are honest. They just typically don't have a platform to actually share their views. Is what I would say.
Speaking of, well, I don't want to call her dad, but have you heard from Rice? BGS?
Oh yeah. If you go to her Instagram, she's doing fine.
Okay.
Talking about Rice in Detroit.
Yeah.
Go to her Instagram. She's doing fine. She shows pictures of her and the kids all the time. She got 2 kids. She's doing good.
Oh, she got 2 kids now? Okay.
Yeah, she got 2 kids. And she's doing a little workout. She shows her ass every now and then. But yeah, she's doing good.
Okay.
She says she's not in the business anymore because she's married and got 2 kids, so she got
right.
Business. But yeah, but I think she works. Right,
she's
Ford.
A sweetheart though.
Yeah, she is. She's real sweet. She works for Ford. Used to be a stripper working for Ford.
Yeah, I find that interesting that you casually said she sells her ass every now and then.
No, she shows her ass every now and then. Okay, she doesn't sell it. Shit. Huh? There is a difference.
Mm-hmm.
There is a difference. There's levels to hold them. Okay.
Yeah, some people are who you are. You got to separate who they are. She's still black pill. She's still a little bit of a hoe, but she's not active like she used to be. So. Mm-hmm. Got a big ass, damn. Cause I have seen her Instagram. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, Yeah, for especially for an American.
Because I was actually listening to a certain content creator that was doing like he was showing an interview that he did with Pinky.
Okay. Yeah, what happened to Pink? Pinky just blew up like a Macy's Day balloon, man. What happened to her? Shit. Goddamn, girl.
I don't talk about Pinky because dudes get sensitive about Pinky. Like, leave
Pinky was fucking fine when she was young. I have to give her credit. She was fine when she was young. Not no more.
Yeah, apparently she put on some weight.
Whenever I mention Pinky,
Some weight.
Pinky's
Pinky's like double her size, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she fell off is not the word. Blew up is the word.
Yeah, and it happens.
Yeah.
Man, you catch a whiff of her every now and then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Let's have a little fun. Give me a second. Let me find this picture.
Everybody depressed. Everybody after in just the black pill, everybody gets depressed. Like, oh, I don't want to talk about it no more.
Let's talk about this sorry heifer for a little bit. Tiffany injured.
Oh gosh. How did she get elected? That's what I'm wondering.
From what I've heard, another popular candidate came along and endorsed her.
Okay.
And that's how she got elected. And she's
a ratchet, man. How did ratchets get elected like that?
This is what happens when there's no accountability, in my opinion.
You ain't lying.
Because this chick, if you look at her background, like, how did this chick get elected? How did she get elected? Good Lord.
It reminds me of Robin Harris's joke, right? Who called that motherfucker a piccolo player? That's what I want to know. Who called her a mayor? Jesus Christ.
This heifer has ran up a $7 million bill, and now she's trying to hide the finances from the trustees. It's so bad. You're fucking up when a bunch of black trustees call the FBI on your ass.
You can't hide finances from the board, okay, from the city council. You can't hide that stuff. You can't hide that money.
I'm like, why isn't this chick in jail?
Because she's a chick. That's why.
Then Roland Martin did that simp interview with her, and I'm like, really, Roland? I know you kiss Democrat Fanny, but this is absurd. Then he had it was so bad. His own fan base was like, nah man, you wrong for this.
Like what I found interesting about this whole scenario with her is that it's not receiving as much attention as it should be, for the fact that she was actually under investigation, but she vetoed her own investigation, and that, like, to me, that's insanity. But I don't know.
Well, welcome to the gynocracy, sir. That's the best I can say. Welcome to the gynocracy. I mean,
who is that? Who is that? I don't know.
That's the mayor of this chick. Isn't she in Illinois? Yeah, Illinois. Right outside Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a suburb outside of Chicago.
I'm just wondering why there's no laws or anything in place to stop an elected official from vetoing their own investigation into them. That's
she run that town. She run that town like she's a mob boss. She got a certain security detail. I heard the way she haven't paid some of the bills, so some of the police cars got repossessed.
Oh yeah.
Listen, man. When it comes to the accounting,
yeah,
this is what you're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to reconciliate all accounts every freaking month.
Yeah.
It's like, if you do that,
yeah,
fraud is damn near non-existent.
Yeah.
So people know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop because I know they have to see this shit.
It's already dropped, man. Once it comes out, the shoe's already dropped.
Oh,
just matter what you're gonna do with the shoe.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say there's one positive. Well, generally, non-confrontational, I can't remember the right word. There's this one black woman who actually has a city seat in a major city who's doing pretty well, but it's because she's an older lady too. Vi Lyles out in Charlotte, and she's in that system there, and she is not fucked up because you're not going to fuck up in Charlotte because that's the second banking capital of the U.S. So the lady in Dothan, she is she's been allowed to mess up because it's a suburb of Chicago, and they've been waiting to gentrify Chicago for 50 years. But there's a lot of black power in that city, but it just doesn't get as high as it should be, even though it got Barack elected. But there's other black folks that, I mean, they're going the way of the dodo bird. I mean, they're going to retire, they're going to die, they're going to go into, old people's homes, Shady Acres, as a mother would say. They're going to go to the retirement home, and there's not a lot of people that are going to be in there to replace these folks, black folks especially. So it's going to be an interesting next.
What initially raised eyebrows for me about this chick was that she was using government funds to supplement her business.
Well, a lot of politicians do that, but they do it more creatively. Like they'll have a business that will, if you want to get government spending from us, you'll have to use this politician to use their services as an attorney or as a business person, accountant, whatever. And then you make a donation.
Yeah, I actually have to shout out O'Shea because he actually made a great point. She's gonna do everything she can to stay in the power because, quite frankly, what's that video you like to play, BGS? She ain't got nowhere to go.
No. Yep. Nope.
I possibly undermine the importance of what actually happened because I said business, but she's using government funds to supplement her charity.
They do that too. Yeah, they do that too.
Yeah. It's so bad. Even the church is trying to sue her.
Sounds about right.
She's a thief. So
yeah,
and she's not delivering. You can be a thief as a politician, but you have to deliver something to make it worthwhile.
Yeah,
you
have to deliver something.
Well, she's not a good one.
No,
but Jules,
there's a lot
of. My apologies, sir.
Go ahead, man. You're asking something, doing something.
I was gonna say she got sued by the church,
the
black church, I'm assuming. So that's a pretty big deal.
She probably wasn't clearing out their parkway or their driveway. I mean, there's 1,000 reasons. But if you're a politician, like if you are delivering the pork and you are able to get money into that town, because I think there was one thing we were talking about how she was trying to get like a shopping center filled with new tenants. Like that's a good way to get commercial taxes, and so you can lower other people's taxes.
Yeah,
that is an effective way to get people off your back. She didn't win on that. She didn't succeed.
It has to have bring enough money to skim off the top. Otherwise, it's no top.
Yeah. Gotta be a rainmaker or something. I mean, there's a bunch of different things that you could do, but you got to find the right levers of power. But she's like a mayor of a small suburb outside of Chicago. She's not even the mayor of Chicago.
Yeah.
So she's kind of fucked. If she could have had the two jobs and worked her way through that, I mean, she could have made something happen. But yeah,
that's what happens
when her ego is too big.
When you elect a strag for mayor.
Yeah,
that's what I call her, a strag mayor.
Yeah, she's a strag mayor. Yeah, she's doing strag stuff.
You know what I know?
And unfortunately, she ain't the only one. Got that mayor in what's it? New Orleans, LaToya, and her crazy ass. Got some other crazy officials.
Well, she didn't do as bad because she only got like a couple of first class fights instead of I think economy, which I think that doesn't make sense because if you're a mayor, you should at least be able to travel in business.
Yeah,
especially if you're going overseas. But I mean, that's hit or miss.
That and she was with somebody's husband or something when that order.
That's New Orleans. That's New Orleans. Like everybody fucking everybody. That's very New Orleans.
What I noticed throughout the whole process with Tiffany is that every time that she does an interview or whatever, her wig or weave, It's in immaculate condition.
Of course.
Of course. And unfortunately, at BGS, I have to take an L because I found out she's in my age bracket.
Oh, okay. That's the millennial. Yeah.
Yeah, an older millennial at that. Why?
Hey, y'all getting power, man. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
You know, Strags need love too.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, they do. But,
Yeah, and it's mostly women probably in that town. They want to elect a woman just like them.
Yeah, I think that was part of it because I was listening to one of the trustees, a black lady. She's like, I thought she would be good for the town, but I didn't pay attention to the signs.
Well, it's not your job. It's the job of the city council to actually pay attention to this shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's called a recall. There's something called a recall election for a reason. Recall her.
I think they tried. They blocked it or something.
Who blocked it?
They tried to recall it.
And if you get enough votes, you can't block a recall if you get enough votes.
Well, I don't think she got the votes for it, but I think they determined that the amount of time it would have gotten to get her out legalistically.
She'd be gone anyway, huh?
Yeah, or she could run for re-election, and she was skirting what would have been seen as illegal versus immoral.
Okay.
It was a very. I'm gonna say this: she's a strag, right? But she's not dumb. She
wait till the end to do it, huh?
Yeah, she pulled a lot, or she started from the beginning, so she couldn't get called on it, and so she did a lot of interesting stuff. Like it was. I mean, she's not a dummy. She was like putting her name on the shovels that would shovel out sidewalks. Like, just very interesting stuff to just get her name out there. But yeah, I mean, she benefited from a lot of it. Basically, the women voted for the women to say, black girl rocks, and she was the one. She rocked the whole city in half.
And if you let them keep talking, right, long enough, they'll hang themselves, right?
Yeah. Wait a minute, BGS. Don't talk about Fanny like that.
Fanny. Gorilla grip. Gorilla grip.
Oh my God. That's all that.
Man, what did AL call her?
What?
He called her something like Gorilla Grip with the mushroom tip or some shit like that. He called her something.
Her hair. What handle was that? Her handle was like Gorilla Grip pussy. Like,
yeah, it was. Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's actually a Gorilla Grip scenario because like she was tricking on that dude. She spent $650,000. So
that's what he called her.
Oh, that's what he said.
That's what he called a Gorilla Grip.
Yeah, they announced it in the courtroom. You talking about?
I would say that.
There was a white guy with the Clark Kent finger lick hair who's just like, I think she calls herself Gorilla Grip with the finger lick tip.
That was in his phone. That was her handle he gave her. Gorilla Grip.
Well, if a chick tricked $650,000 on me, I would call her Gorilla Grip too. So I can't wrong him for that.
Yeah, no matter why he calls her that, the name fits. Okay.
Yeah,
black women were pissed.
I guess you paid them enough money, so whatever.
Yeah.
We have to see how this so-called case turns out.
Whether she goes or she stays, she's pretty much ruined herself. When that's going in front of a jury, okay, with all this stuff, yeah, it's gonna be hard to sell.
Speaking of and speaking of ponds, you see the Letitia James got booed when she went to a fireman's event.
Why? What'd she do?
Booed her.
Why'd they boo her?
Well, she has that absurd fog craze against Donald Trump.
Oh, okay. Oh well, nothing to keep your mouth shut.
And she's trying to prosecute him, and causing a lot of problems in New York because I've heard truckers are boycotting New York now. Investors, some real estate investors don't want to go to New York now because they they had that fraud case against Trump, that so-called fraud case against Trump.
Whatever they need to keep Biden to keep doing, they're willing to go to the mat with this stuff. So they need him. They need him in office actually, to do certain things. Hopefully, we've seen most of it, but but there's no telling.
After seeing what Victoria Newman's done, I'm not interested.
Well,
they got planned.
Well, she's done exactly what I thought she would do, because it's been this stuff has been ongoing for the last more than 10 years, really.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they said this, there's a lot of stuff about Newland and the neocons, and some of the neocons don't like her.
Damn, is it that? Damn, it's really that bad?
I mean, when you screw the pooch, yeah, it gets that bad.
It's kind of bad when the neocons don't like you. Oof.
Yeah. Basically, one thing I do like is that all the realists that were in DC that got pushed out, they're all talking.
Yeah.
So otherwise,
the Duran was talking to one. He worked for Reagan.
Yeah.
And he also worked for Trump.
Yeah.
And he's like, this was a bad idea. I tried to tell him this was a bad idea. I sent it to you because I was like, the one I sent to you is like, yeah, BGS was right. They kicked all the intelligent people out. And the guy was like, I tried to tell him, but they called me a Russian agent.
Yeah. Of course they did.
Yeah, actually, speaking about the Russian agent stuff, actually, when I was listening to Hood like a day or two ago, he was talking about
Hood Conservative.
Yeah, he was talking about apparently, like the word is that the people that support Trump that are black, they're being influenced by Russians and Chinese and
I have noticed that MSNBC has gone around is doing a lot of insulting voters right now, and I'm like, okay, y'all really think this is helping Biden right now? What y'all doing?
No, it is not. But
that they keep insulting voters. Like they came out with a segment, talking about like white rural voters are the problem. Like, okay, did y'all go through the 90s?
Yeah,
this shit doesn't work.
Well, the thing is, that's why I don't do domestic politics very often, right? It's because of this. Because people get in their feelings and they spread misinformation. They don't know what they're talking about. It's like when you try to correct them, they get upset. Like I was on Bay's show last night. They're getting upset. I said, okay, you don't have nothing. You don't know nothing about demographics and why is actually doing this stuff. But the immigrants, man, and did it. I said, okay, but do you know why he's doing it? Well, because they're gonna put guns on them all, and they're gonna try to take over the United States by force. And I'm like, okay, go ahead.
You could speculate about everything there, but it ultimately is the horse race, and people are trying to present a bunch of counterfactuals, factuals, and then making speculations, and none of it matters because they think somebody's going to get into office and some crazy thing's going to happen. I mean, I'll say January 6th, that was pretty crazy, but it wasn't like the worst thing that could have happened.
If Trump gets in office, take the immigration shit, man, for instance, right? Trump gets into office, and that guy that walks into his office, this Congressman walks into his office, the same chart he just showed us.
Yeah.
What's he going to do?
Probably do something similar, and then maybe hire more Americans for certain.
He'll just lie about it better.
Yeah, he'll lie about it better, find a better way to import them.
Yes.
He might cut off the H-1B visas have been cut off for a lot, but he might hold that up and might import more restrictions. I mean, they need to have people filling a lot of roles here. It's just not. There's not a lot that the president can do.
The thing is, this is why I call it shit end game, right? If you play chess, right, there's infinite moves when we first start the game, right? We get close to end game, there's only a few moves.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at them, okay? It's either you make this move, or you make that move, okay? You got to, if you don't make, and hopefully that the bond market, that you haven't pissed off the foreign bond buyers, enough to actually throw your bonds back or not purchase your bonds. Okay, China has reduced their bond purchasing by what? I don't know if the Fauci is up by 15% or something like that. I don't know exactly what the number is. Fauci probably sleep, but I mean, you only have so many options. What I mean, what can I really tell you? He told you everything, right? He just admitted, okay, your demographic problem, your bond problem, your debt, 75% of your debt, okay, going to old folks, okay, that's locked in that they can't touch, and they're arguing over the 10 slices of stuff that don't even matter. And what do you do about it? Everybody's talking, we don't want immigrants, we want immigrants, blah, blah, blah. And guess what? Behind your back, they import them anyway because they have to.
And you wonder why Bitcoin is hitting all-time highs again.
Again.
I wonder.
Yeah.
I wonder.
You go through all this stuff and then you do something like October 7th. Because Bitcoin, now when I looked at the chart, Bitcoin was at 27 before October 7th and then exploded.
Yeah.
By the way, 110 watching. Like, share, subscribe, and hit the cash app. Have you not been entertained?
This is almost like a free Patreon stream.
Really?
For the most part.
So you're basically saying BGS because of what's going on with the country and immigration that Bitcoin's going up. Why is that?
It's because your bonds and the dollar is no good. Your debt's too high, and you're in trouble. Okay, you pissed everybody off. The currencies, all the currency is going to be in crisis because of this stuff. Okay, so people get scared and they start moving money. Okay,
And this is why I tell guys, always follow the money and look at the cash flow, because people are always going to look for alternatives. Always. Do not follow the dumb money.
And anytime there's a large event, especially if it's global, go right to your gold chart, go right to your money chart. Bitcoin is more powerful. Bitcoin will probably react even faster than everybody else. Okay?
Yes.
If you want to know if something's really serious, go to your Bitcoin chart.
Yep.
If it starts to spike, then there's something really behind this shit.
And look at all these billionaires and CEOs who've been selling stocks.
Yes.
Well, lately, what is that? That it might be a sign that we're at the stock market top. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe they're cashing in their profit.
And then just maybe when Bitcoin shoots up, like beware of people selling into a rally. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, don't kick the chair.
Don't kick the chair. Okay.
I just want to say this real quick to Vaughn. Like, just go back and look at when the conflict in Ukraine happened with Russia. That's when Bitcoin started rising.
Actually, it rose and then it took a dip with the sanctions because Russia kind of solved that. Let me go pull it up, man, because it just showed this shit the other day.
Because they were actually talking about like Russia and China and stuff. But
it was still within its range. It didn't blow up until October 7th. So whatever October 7th meant, it went haywire.
I was just gonna say it's like
go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say that I was reading articles that apparently like Russia and China they were taking donations in Bitcoin while this conflict was
donations. So Ukraine.
Donations and payments, etc. in Bitcoin.
Are you talking about the Ukraine? That was Ukraine actually blew up on them because the homeboy was stealing money. Go ahead, share it. Share it if you can, man.
Okay. Yeah, Zelensky was taking like diamond necklaces for his wife and stuff, and going on
if you can share it, if you can share it, AB, if you can, right? Okay. Okay. This is we can probably even go back even further, right? Okay, this Bitcoin chart I've had since 2018, so the lines haven't changed very much, right? And and this blue area, okay, this is my buy area, okay, anywhere in here. People have been trading, have been buying at right around a little bit lower than this, like between 20 and 30, sometimes 17 and 30 if you can actually get it. And they've been selling right around 30, right? Somewhere around here, right? Okay. You can see October 7th, what happened? See that? Right there? That's October 7th. Okay. It's been in this range for 2 years. This blue range for 2 years. October 7th, it blew out. What happened? Ukraine had nothing to do with this. Okay.
Wait, October 7th, it literally blew up like that? Is that the date that it really blew up?
Actually, was it? It started going up
the
12th, and it started spiking on the 23rd of October.
Yeah, so like a lot of people started getting rid of money, and then all of a sudden it just shot up like a week or two later.
Yeah. So what happened? So what happened? What happened, ladies and gentlemen?
People checked their pocketbooks and said, "Where do I got to put my money?"
In other words, they saw this is going to be a war, and this is what happens, right?
Yeah, move my funds into something else.
So yeah, move my funds into something else because then right after Houthis started doing what? Closing off the
attacking ships in the Gulf of Aden.
The Suez. Yeah, the Suez, right? Yeah, the Suez area, right? This is what happens, okay? So this is a black swan event. Because did it blow up to the Ukraine war? You can see that it did not. Okay.
No.
In fact, during the Ukraine war, it actually went down. Okay.
My understanding is like people losing faith in like their prospective economies.
Your currencies are unsure because nobody knows exactly where.
Currencies.
In other words, it's a flight to safety. Okay. Bitcoin is considered a flight to safety right now. So people moved. People took their money out of the fiats and put them into the Bitcoin. But yeah, but that is the reason. Yeah. Basically, like I said, I've had this chart. I made this chart in 2018. So 6 years, I haven't changed any of the lines in this chart. Okay. So all these levels are still the same levels I had in 2018. So like I said, this blue is was my buy area. Okay. And it remained constant for almost 2 years until this, when it finally broke its resistance, and then it shot up what 1, 2, 3 levels, and threatening to break another one. So, but the thing is that me personally, let's go 4 hours. I'm giving you guys some good shit today, man. Y'all need to donate to Albert. Okay. This shit is free.
When you got a laptop, y'all need to donate.
Yeah. So in other words, this is I when I actually do the Bitcoin, I actually go 4 hours, okay, because it gives you enough bars. You can see it's been testing this resistance over the past week or so. It's been testing this resistance right here, which is 70, it hasn't reached 70 yet. So it's been 69. It wants to test this resistance at 71. If it goes past 71,000, like 72,000, I'd be leery of it. If this becomes support, then you're good to go. I would hold on to it. If it starts to dive back down here, people are going to get nervous. They want to sell if they haven't started to sell already. This is a sell event right here, okay? Where people said, I'm out. So that little dive right there, that's the sell event. But there's enough people coming in to actually rally it back. So yeah, we'll see.
Yikes.
Sauchi, what do you think?
Sounds good to me.
It sounds kosher. Sounds kosher.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, man. We I said it, man. This is a decade, man. Yeah, you're gonna have to be nimble, man.
You have to be nimble. Yeah. I would say. I say that it's you had to be a trader of this stuff. That's just me.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Let me see. This is 4 hours. Let me go back to the day chart, and you can see how far back my chart goes. Okay, I actually made it in about 2018. It might be 20. No, there it is. Yeah, 2017. I made this chart. When I first put up my lines of this chart, 2017. That's how long I've had the same chart with the same lines for the most part. You can even see my old line when the first time it topped out was overbought, and it took a top, and then this used to be my old overbought line right here. Okay, and then see my little neutral, and then my buy. Anything below 30, I think 31,000 or 32,000, I call it my buy, and it just blew past my buy, and it's threatening. It's threatening. It went way past my overbought line, and it's testing new highs and new levels. So we'll see. So what that is that's my word on Bitcoin. Okay.
Yep.
I don't know. Your mileage may vary, so don't blame. If you lose money, don't blame me. All right.
well, that's why you're supposed to take profits, man. Once that stuff, especially once it doubles, man. Basically, all you're doing is taking your money out and taking your profits, and you just, you're just playing with the. I don't like. Let me be careful with saying playing. And now it's just money left with that, market money, and you're good. So if it goes down, don't matter because you got your money back and you got your profits, and you're good.
Yeah.
Well,
hold on, wait, let's go to another fun story.
Okay.
Now this one's interesting. I found this very interesting. Believe it or not, black women are bashing this heifer because she's 39 and she got herself pregnant by a 22-year-old.
Okay, good for her.
That she used to babysit. Ironically, I was like, okay.
Oh, did she babysit him for real?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good for her.
Now, I'm sure. I'm actually not surprised by this story, but
is that the basketball player?
I don't know. I don't think it's a basketball player. But let's she's 39, she's 20, and he's 22.
Good for her.
Pregnant with his birthday. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Good for her.
This probably happens all the time in the hood. Nobody talks about it.
Nobody talks about it. Yeah, good for her.
So the basketball player actually, Ed has been covering that for a little bit, and actually she's pregnant now.
Is she? Well, he wanted to get her pregnant, so good for him. Good for her.
Okay.
Now why he did, I don't know. I have to talk to him. Maybe he brings him in more money. I don't know.
Say, boss.
Surprised me. She's sleeping with a younger dude, and he's legal. So, what you want me to say about it?
I mean, and she's not the only one he sleeps with. Stop.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Say, boss. We got to do something about this Amber Rose bitch. She's about to fuck up my quarterback and my team, and I highly value this young Christian man too much to watch this heifer, this hooligan, this barbarian, gorilla grip ass bitch trying to take advantage of my quarterback. So we're gonna have to do something about this.
I don't know what it is with these young athletes and these old.
Why are you messing with Amber Rose? She's old.
I know. What I'm saying is you see this constantly in the NBA, especially in NFL, where they're messing with these old hoes. So what's going on?
The old hoes are targeting them.
That everybody targets them.
Yeah. Yeah, they should know about this by now.
They walk in the club. They get if literally if you want to pick up a chick and you're on a team, just walk outside a will call before the game. You can pick up any chick you want. If you want, you're all targeted. It doesn't matter. Okay. So why do you pick a 40-year-old instead of a 20-year-old? Okay. I don't understand the mentality. They know what they're doing.
My theory, he in the back of his mind, he's thinking, ain't no way I can get this broad pregnant. But little did he know, he's got some tricks for his ass. If he shoot up her club, she's making sure she's gonna stay fertile enough to get it done. But right now, I'm just praying.
AL. Don't talk about Paul George's wife like that.
They know. No, then I mean, my kid's an athlete, all that kind of stuff. They are not that dumb. They're not that dumb. Okay, they don't care. Why are you dating an old chick in the first place? You want to get a chick to shoot up a club? Call her doctor to see if she got a tubal ligation, or you put in your dating feed. Only take chicks that can't get pregnant.
Like BGS, I have 3 words for you.
One minute, Andre. I gotta be a little petty. Why aren't you putting hot sauce in your condom? Shout out to Drake.
They're not using a condom. That's why.
Yeah, I know.
You took so you talking about the Jalen Green situation, BGS?
No, yeah, I think so. Is that her name? The married that's got the 39-year-old pregnant?
Yeah. Well, here's what I think as a young guy. I say is
okay,
because a lot of these women have a little bit of clout doing what
okay,
they do.
okay.
So I think it's more of like an ego thing, like a esteem thing.
It's a flex.
Yeah, it's a flex because I mean you could get you a baddie. You get you a 20-year-old baddie, but go ahead.
Go ahead, Boogie. Go ahead.
I was just saying, you can get you a 20-year-old baddie. She ain't got no name or nothing, you know, and that's cool. And they could do that just off repeat anyway, so it's not like something that they really would like talk about. But if you say like, oh, I got like Brittany Renner, like that's something like you could kind of brag about, like low key. You know what I'm saying?
If you're gonna get you a 40-year-old man, what's her name? Is going with the what's his name?
NFL player, NBA player.
No, the actor. What's her name? That just got divorced. You're gonna get you a baddie. Hell, if you want to get a baddie, get Tia Mowry, okay?
Man, if you don't stop BGS, have you not seen the shape of her ass?
It does. You're not fucking with her because of the way she looks. You're fucking with her because she got clout, got a name.
Yeah.
Well, it's got to be. I think. I mean, there's a certain aesthetic that NBA dudes like. So I mean, she ain't packing BGS. That's gonna matter.
Yes.
I mean, why don't you go after Megan Good?
Yeah.
I mean, I could see that. I mean, but Megan Good has dated NBA dudes before. She dated probably.
I know. Or if you're a young guy, you want a 40-year-old that has a name, go after Megan Good. She'll bring you attention.
Yeah, I can see that if you want dating Tia Mallory, despite the fact she's dumb as hell. But no, I can see a young dude doing that because she got a Rolodex.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it, but I think a lot of the dudes in that age demographic probably think they out of her league. I ain't gonna lie. Megan Good is high on that. People talk about Megan Good like gold. So
she is gold. Yeah,
she is, man. I told you yes. I'm usually not a one-night stand guy, but if Megan offered I don't know.
I'd probably lock the door, not let her out for a couple more days. Yeah,
Christian man, Christian man, quit acting unholy. AB, quit acting unholy. Christian man, stop.
Who knows? She may want some.
I ain't got time to go tell people I'm perfect. I don't have time for that crap. I don't lie about that crap.
Yeah,
I'll put this out there real quick. Megan Good, she's actually from Toronto. That's where I'm from.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised she gets down how she gets down.
I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care. It's her business. Whatever.
Yeah, me either.
She's 40. It's already been used. I don't care.
One of many. It doesn't even matter. Like literally, like everybody in the industry gets down like that.
Mm-hmm.
People, this is my thing, man. Like, why do people like try to make people like Brittany Renner and then these individuals like standouts when in reality everybody is moving like that? And even I guess now, like even in the modern day, that's not even like industry anymore. It's like life. It's like it's regular folk.
Because regular folks want to be like the industry.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because social media, everybody's a star on social media.
Just about to say that they go on social media, especially these women, and I got a chance, bitch.
They do, they do too. I don't laugh as baby, but you're a 4, but still,
yeah,
I can manifest.
Yeah, and then looking down on guys that are actually above them.
Yes,
but in their vicinity, it's
insane. I just saw a chick talking about you want to get if you want to even talk to me, it's $100 fee. I just looked at it. I just looked around like, okay, next.
You know what? I hope she comes back on and say that she got the $100 fee.
Right. What's going on, Charles?
It took his ass long enough.
Because I want to see how you did it. That's what I want to see. Did you? Damn, baby, you pull that off? Shoot, I go.
Yeah,
it's like magic. Shit, you pull that shit off. I'm impressed.
Come on, late to the class. You know you got something to say. Come on, late to the class.
Well, AB, you said that like the chick was talking about $100 fee just to have a conversation with her.
Yeah. I'm like, whatever.
Are you on, Charles? Are you up?
I'm here.
Okay.
I said, come on late to the class. I know he got something to say. Come on.
No. I want to ask him a question, right? As an officer, right? Okay. Okay. A chick that gets kidnapped and killed, right? Okay. We talked about that chick recently, right? Okay.
Mahogany Jackson.
And first I asked, did she know the people? She knew all of them. What's the chance that she's not involved in some bullshit if her friends killed her?
Very low.
Go ahead, Charles.
It's a very low chance that they were not. I mean, it's almost nothing zero, but it's almost zero that they weren't involved in some illicit activities.
And this involves the case I talked to you about behind the scenes. So
yeah. And what I'm saying is, after 20 when the crack era first really started, 20, 21, 22 when it first started, right? After 40 some odd years of seeing this shit, Charles, correct me if I'm wrong, right? Most black people, okay, do not like killing black women. Most black do not, even thugs do not like killing black women, right? Okay.
Well, there was black women involved in the scenario, though.
What I'm saying is, most times, even if they're involved in some shit, they don't like killing black women. They don't. Okay. So if she got killed that way, that's an execution. That's not a murder. It's an execution.
Yeah.
You shot in the back of the head. That's an execution. It's not a murder.
You think somebody got hired?
No. Those are her friends killed her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's like, but you saying it's like some old it's like deep kind of
somebody fucked up the church's money.
Somebody. They normally they think that she's gonna snitch. That's normally 9 times out of 10. That's what it is.
She's gonna snitch, or she fucked up some major money.
Major money.
Well, now that I think about it, there's a detail I forgot to mention. She apparently they were asking try to get into her phone or something. So you might be right. She probably fucked something up, and they're trying to see where she's been calling this shit.
Yeah, like Charles actually, he made me think about this a little bit more. And now that, since what he said, like it kind of sounds like because AB, you mentioned that she was brought to multiple locations and there was like some SA involved, so it seems like they were trying to press her for information.
Yeah.
Wait, what you mean? What you mean SA? Like you mean like
assaulted?
You know what it means. You know what it means.
I know what it means, but like, how would that play in a factor with
It's one way.
Pookie. She was assaulted. She was estimated. She was tortured.
It's part of the torture process.
Exactly. It's a process to get her to cough up some information.
And like BJ said earlier, for 9 people to know this one individual, he fucked up royals.
I think it was 6 people in with this particular chick, right, AB? I'm not mistaken.
There was like 9. They say
9. Oh yeah, that's a gang. That's not a group. That's a gang. Okay.
And then so it's kind of like would you say it's kind of like that situation with the chick that went down to Mexico?
Yeah.
Because I seen that video.
That's my opinion. I can't prove it because nobody's talking. But the thing is, that's my opinion. Okay. Whenever I see something like that happening, you know the people, there's some bullshit in the game. Okay.
Well, Javon, since you brought that up, like the chick that went to Mexico, like I was telling like AB earlier, like Angman actually went over this. He was talking about apparently that chick that went to Mexico, apparently she was affiliated with somebody that deleted somebody in the group that was apparently part of her deletion. She was affiliated with that somebody that deleted one of their people, basically. So this was some get back shit, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay. So they like some revenge type shit.
Who knows what it is? But what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is I feel sorry for her family. The thing is, I tell my kids, man, that when they were young, get involved in this stuff, the game is a game. I'm not gonna weep for you. Okay,
It's on you.
it's on you. The game is the game. Sometimes the game rewards, sometimes it takes away.
Yeah.
Most times it takes away.
Yeah, that's why I can't. I can never cry for somebody in the game. Okay, I can't.
BGS, you like my granddaddy. My granddaddy used to say it like this. All right, he used to tell all three of us. I tell you one thing, you want to live by this sword, you can die by it. All right, you want to live by it, all the riches and the fame and success that come from hustle, you go right ahead. But be man enough to die on your sword when they catch your ass, lock your ass up, and it's time to do time. Don't be no pussy. You started this shit. Don't be no quitter. He used to tell us that all the time. And when you sit there, why is he telling? And then it dawned on me, and I had to tell the other ones. I said, man, he's telling us, all right, you want to be in this game? I ain't gonna tell you not to be in this game. But you, hey, if you can take, you can accept all the glitz and the glamour that come from being a baller and a hustler. Cool, no problem. But the minute you get caught, don't be good running out there snitching and telling on everybody. Hey, be a man the fuck up. But see, these new generation, they don't understand it. But they've never been taught by a man how to walk like a man, act like a man, and talk like a man. So and then they all in their feminine state because they raised by the democracy. So the first thing these young cats do when they get caught up is do what? Snitch, rat, tail. That's all they know.
Yeah, well, basically, then that's what happens to you if you have coming from a snitching society, a snitching environment, right? They can't take a chance. And the biggest women people will actually snitch are females. Females will actually get you out of trouble.
Well, that's that's the communication piece, and what is it? What do they call it? The more being more socialized and more social.
That's why back in the day, most times you would very seldom have a female involved in stuff like this because she's probably the one that would snitch.
Or you can do it alone. Can't nobody call you.
If you could do it alone, you would do it alone. The thing is, you can't. Some of this shit you can't do alone. You need help.
Do alone. You can't have an organization with a single person.
A single person, right? Yeah.
And typically, are not known for that code of silence.
And people that try to do this lone wolf, unless you're really, really good, okay, and you're trained, you're not gonna live very long.
Yeah.
You got to have somebody watching your back, at least another person. Okay.
And rest the show, gentlemen. Out of those nine, if three of them are women, then was the first to start giving it up on the rest of them.
They may be able to do it, but thing is, for something like this, as heinous as this, they're all gonna burn. You know,
what was the chick's name?
Mahogany Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Alabama.
Like I said, I feel for their family. The thing is that, like I said, I used to tell my kids, my daughters included, man, if you walk down this path, I'm not. Don't call me to actually come rescue you. I'm not going in guns blazing when you actually were part of the game. Okay, I'm not. Okay.
Yeah. The crazy part about it is you're starting to notice a much more violent
female
emerging, because imagine telling a creature that never really get any real recourse for their actions, and they're hyped up on testosterone.
Yep, and they've been told by Disney and Marvel and all these other shows that you're a man, equal to a man. Yeah.
Disney told me I could beat their asses and be a superhero. I'm gonna do it. I believe it. You go right ahead, bitch. You go right ahead.
Yep. So yeah.
And then
wait, y'all don't y'all talk about Fannie Willis like that?
Oh, why not? We're gonna talk about Gorilla Grip every chance we get.
So Fannie Willis is a dude anyway, man. So you know.
Bulldog, pit bull, terrier, Gorilla Grip, bitch.
Yes, Gorilla Grip. Shit, that's no Gorilla Grip.
So who's the who's the Dems guy? Who the Dems got? BGS? Like, are they really rolling with Joe Biden, or like
they have no choice except to roll with Joe Biden? They cleared the whole runaway for him.
Yep.
They can't throw Gavin Newsom in there. I thought they was.
It's too late. It's too late.
Damn.
Too late.
Joe Biden, he's there, man. He can't do it. No one can.
To actually give a new candidate a chance, you got to go like a year and a half out. It's too late.
Yeah, it's far too late.
But
In fact, now this really isn't much news, but in fact, Cenk Uygur and Dean Phillips just dropped out. I know who exactly.
Hey, AB, did y'all highlight last night on Art's channel the fact that Nikki had to suspend her goddamn campaign and she fight because you remember just
I just have one question. I'm supposed to be surprised because
it's not about being surprised or whatnot. It's just it killed me. That whole Tuesday night we were having this long drawn there talk about Biden, Cheeto, the vice president who would back up Don Cheeto if you know he got caught up and everybody's trying to figure out a way and a factor to keep Nikki in it. And all of a sudden, and even that night, they were trying to say, oh, she had won that state. And then it come back later on. No, she didn't. And she had to suspend that shit the next day. I'm like, yep.
They were willing to actually let her stand until Super Tuesday.
Yeah.
They did. Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering after Super Tuesday.
Yeah, she's gone. Yeah.
But it was no way it was gonna happen because just the primary before that she got her ass kicked, BGS and AB. That's when that Koch brother, who's the lone Koch brother who's still alive, he suspended his funding for her for that campaign. So with that being said, and then she coming off this last loss, it was no way she was gonna be able to keep funding this campaign without a bank.
They were willing to actually give her enough money to actually make it to Super Tuesday, and they did. That's why she had to drop out. She knew it. You don't get any kind of results on Super Tuesday, then you know it is what it is. You're on your own.
She got one state. She got Vermont.
Yeah.
Oh well. It has 3 delegates. Oh well.
Yeah. And Trump hasn't even started to run yet. That's the funny thing. Neither Biden nor Trump has even begun to start.
Both of those old farts have been in straight Cadillac mode this whole time. Going, just let us know when it's time to go fight.
Jesus Christ!
It's all some bullshit at the end of the day. I promise you. Guaranteed.
Oh yeah, it's bullshit.
I mean, I could have told you that a year ago, man. That it's going to come down to them.
Yeah.
Everybody was trying to tell you was wrong, BGS. Now,
you're wrong, Daddy. You're wrong, BGS.
I know I'm wrong. They give me all these names.
Just watch BGS. Cheeto go get convicted. Watch, we gonna make sure he get convicted just to throw some mud in your face. Like,
I was waiting. Okay, we'll see.
I've lost how many times I've heard on Facebook. Trump's going to jail. I'm like, okay, y'all.
Oh, the Supreme Court's actually going to ban him, get him off the ballot.
Okay.
All right. Oh,
wait, what happened? Never mind.
Colorado, dude. Y'all remember Colorado? Colorado said he ain't gonna be able to be on their goddamn ballot, and so.
And they went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, no.
Nope, not
gonna happen.
9-zip.
9-zip. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, AL.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking up to the coast. Actually, 2 of them are still alive. You see, there were 4 of them, right? The twins, the oldest, and the middle one. The ones that are still alive is the one that's in power. That's the second one. That's Charles, and then David Koch's twin brother, William. He's still alive, but William's on the outs.
Oh, yeah. Bless his heart.
Everybody forgets. Well, he's on the outs because, everybody forgot about how the brothers were fighting for control of the company.
Mm-hmm.
It was Fred and Will. It was the oldest Fred, along with one of the twins. William tried to take over, but David and Charles managed to take over as best they could, and that got the Marshals also split up over that as well.
And Fred,
one of those Koch brothers. The one Koch brother that just passed recently, his wife inherited his half, and
Fred Koch. Fred Koch, you're talking about the oldest.
The living Koch brother, who you're not talking about, who's been exiled, he's been the one who's been, because you remember both of them used to run like thick as thieves as far as who the hell they put their money behind. no matter what. You know, they would never waver. If one said this who we going with, the other one didn't complain, this who we going with. But now that he's dead and they down to that only one who can be a philanthropist and fun, shit, if he's looking at it like this, shit, if you can't pull your weight, you can't win, why the hell am I gonna keep throwing my money into the fire furnace for nothing? I ain't gonna do it.
Yeah.
No,
And these guys aren't. Yeah, and these guys are in their 80s right now. Like, you know, Charles Koch, the one who's running, who's the sole proprietor, the one who's running the CEO of Koch Industries and everything. He's 88. He'll be 89 this year.
Yeah, he ain't got much longer till he kick the bucket too. He on borrowed time.
William Koch. Yeah, William Koch. He'll be turning 84 this May.
Wow.
Yeah, we got a lot of old oligarchs running around. I just heard one of the Rothschilds passed away at 87.
Yeah, I heard that too. Was it Thursday that happened? Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. One of the Rothschilds passed away.
Yep.
That was the Rothschild that broke off. He broke off on his own and went into financing and stuff. And they said he was a connoisseur of the arts.
Yeah, like he broke off on his own. Really? Okay. In finance, really? Okay.
He's still a Rothschild. He gonna be back no matter what.
No, he's still part of the family.
Yeah.
Part of the old gang, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They gonna do what they gonna do. There ain't nothing we can do about it.
He's probably in his kitchen. I thought I was out, and they pulled me back in.
Mm-hmm.
And then end up having a diabetic episode right then and there. If y'all remember the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll have a little fun with BGS. I watched some old fashioned Klingon love today. On
who's that?
No, Star Trek. I watched the episode where Worf killed Duras.
Oh yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I'm still pissed he killed off Gaylord, man. That was a fine Klingon.
Worf don't play, man.
Oh yeah. Now, my thing with Worf is shout out to Michael Dorn because Picard season 3, Worf was getting it in. he came in chopping people's heads. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, wait a minute, did he just cut that motherfucker's head off?
Yeah,
oh
like,
yeah.
He don't have Picard holding him back.
No, well, the show's rated mature, so I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute, did he just really cut that Ferengi's head off? Who is that? Didn't the show is Worf? I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Never mind.
What is this? The Game of Thrones?
I also like it because they actually put Ralphie on a leash. I'm like, yeah, that's how I would pick to put Ralphie on a leash.
Mm.
I would pick Worf.
Oh yeah. Yep.
That was funny though. He said, "Son of Mo, House of Mortog, Bane of the Duras family." Like, yeah, he is a Bane because he killed the sisters too.
Oh, the sisters? Didn't he?
Yeah, it was actually in one of the movies, Star Trek Generation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he fired that torpedo, so he killed the sisters too.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, damn, he is the Bane of the Duras family. Slayer of Galron, and whatever.
AB, that's just another day in the office, a regular Tuesday, Klingon on Klingon crime.
Normally that's business. This is personal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, when he killed Duras, that was personal.
That was personal, yeah.
And that's the one time I disagree with Picard. I was like, "Come on, man," because he was disappointed. I was like, "Well, what you think is going to happen?"
He's the captain. In other words, we'll go ahead and take his commission, drum him out of Starfleet. He doesn't care.
No, he didn't. He just reprimanded him. He didn't kick him out, but he was like, he just went through the process. The most Star Trek episodes hold up pretty well, actually. Even now.
Yeah, they were written too.
I didn't know this. That episode actually premiered in 1990. I didn't know it was that old. Damn.
Oh yeah. I was a young man when that came out. You was a baby.
say, not to shift gears too much, but BGS Charles AB, did y'all get my email? I sent y'all a couple of emails this past week, and one of them was on that trucking thing we were talking about. Oh,
Yeah.
I think they got them New Yorkers shook. Them truckers are getting serious, man. They talking about it. I know you said that you think they called it out, but shit, no.
I guess not. Okay. Guess not.
They up there panicking right now. We ain't getting no goods. Oh yeah, you thought it was? Yeah, we can make it as long, drawn out, and slow as we want. We ain't got to drive the speed limit.
It takes a lot of stuff to actually keep New York going. So any hiccup is gonna cause problems.
Yeah.
But New York don't have any money to pay them off. New York is broke right now. Really, man. This stuff.
This is the year. This is the year of fuck around and find out. You see what's happening to Kellogg right now.
Hey, 2024, man. Just try to survive, man. Do the best you can. 2024, man. It's gonna get rocky. I told you it's gonna get rocky in 2024.
Yeah,
2023 was bad, but 2024 it's gonna be real rocky, man.
You saw what they did. You saw what happened to Wendy's. Wendy's stuff, they're gonna pull that shit up.
The surge pricing, yeah. Well, people just won't show up. People don't have to go buy your stuff.
They're like, okay, we didn't like Wendy's anyway. So what?
Yeah. I mean, they barely have money for fast food as it is. So.
Yeah, you better stop getting these CEOs who think they can treat fast food like they treat their normal restaurant. That shit don't work.
No, I mean, unless you got a good dollar menu or something like that.
And that's the thing, fellas. I don't know if y'all been paying attention when y'all do go by this fast food stuff. Ain't no more dollar menus. I can literally we can remember mid-late 80s, early 90s. There was a dollar menu everywhere you look, from the cheapest restaurants to the big ones. Now, I just come back from Oklahoma last night, and we said, well, let's go by Wendy's and get some meat. And we went by there, and we ordered two of the cheapest $5 menu packages they got. And I looked at that burger, I'm like, man, Dave Thomas, he rolling over his motherfucking grave. And he talking about he was the head leader. Remember, this would be just where's the beef campaign. I'm looking at the shit going, boy, Dave Thomas be rolling over his grave because you ain't even no goddamn beef on this motherfucker right now. I was hot.
What did the congressman say, man? We was actually up there giving a speech. What did he say about the dollar, the value of the dollar?
It's like 23% less.
It dropped 23 cents. Yeah, in 2 years with Biden, 23 cents.
Yeah, I just saw.
What does that tell you, man, about the value of the dollar under Biden?
I just saw this dude. This chick was giving him a hard time because he got a Happy Meal, and he said, "Look, that's all I can afford." And she was trying to say, I guess she was trying to insinuate he was a pervert and shit. And I was like, "Oh, come on."
Yeah, basically, the thing is, man, I'm trying to get you guys to when you look at stuff like when the Congress is giving you a speech like that, really pay attention to what he's saying. Okay, I know it's funny. I know it can be scary, but really nail in and pay attention because he's giving you game, right? The value of the dollar, okay, just under the Biden administration dropped 23 cents. Okay.
Damn.
And that's not a pundit. That's not a newscaster. That's not a newspaper man. That's a congressman saying that shit, man.
Yeah.
And nobody objected. Okay.
Ron Paul be going in.
The room was dead silent. It was a solid, dead silent room, man. While he was talking.
That wasn't Rand Paul.
But he was going in too. If I remember correctly, it was a couple of these congressmen.
This guy was talking about demographics and the debt and Social Security, right? He said that the value of the dollar dropped 23 cents since the Biden administration has been in office.
Yeah, go back and watch the replay.
23 cents. Man. You know what it means?
That's a fourth of that. That's 25% value.
In 2 years, what did that mean, man? That's bad. Okay, that's horrible.
That kind of trajectory is U.S. collapse in 10 years.
Yeah, normally.
Now that I think about it, that makes perfect sense because when I saw something that used to be $1, says $1.20, like damn, why did it go up to $1.20?
Yeah,
that makes perfect sense now.
and basically, man, normally for to reflect that kind of price surge or decline in the value of your dollar takes about a decade. Okay, in 2 years, come on. Okay.
I went to I left Wendy's, stopped by the convenience store to pick up two packs of cigars, a total of 4. It used to be you get 2 of them suckers for $1 even. It used to be 99 cents. They raised it up to $1. I went there. I ran up in there. That woman said $1.49, please. I said, what?
Yep.
Wait a minute. I said, wait a minute. These are Swisher Sweets, right? Yeah. Wait a minute. And then I start scouring all through back there. I was looking for the old school good times. I said, what a $5 for the $1? Oh, we don't even sell them here. I said, I got to get back to Texas.
You know how they hide in inflation in these products? 2 ways. They raise the price a little bit and they give you less.
Yep.
So it's
Biden wasn't lying about that.
Inflation and shrinkflation.
Mm-hmm.
At the same
Biden
time.
wasn't lying about that shrinkflation. Now, to Biden's credit, he did talk about that. How they give you less when you buy stuff now.
Yeah, but it's on your watch, man.
Yeah, I know.
It's because they're trying to stifle what is it, price growth, inflation and shit, but that's not gonna work.
You can't stifle it, man. The homeboy just gave you a number since it's impossible to stop. And what did he say? The bond market is in control of your budget right now. That's what he told you. Any hiccup, you're gonna have a very, very bad year. Any hiccup.
And I'm gonna help you out one more time, BGS, for the slow ones in the back who didn't hear what he said. In the past 2 years, the dollar has dropped 23 cents. That's damn near a whole quarter.
Yeah.
It's unprecedented. I've never heard that in that short amount of time. No. So in other words, if he gets another, was it going to drop 50%? But if he gets reelected, come on, man.
Yeah, I gotta get a laptop before I clip that piece out.
I mean, you could say this. You could say that the whole COVID.
I'm talking about the dollar.
Yeah,
I'm talking AB. I'm talking about the dollar.
No, I'm looking at Passport OG's comment.
Oh, okay.
You could, and you're right. I probably should clip it out, but I gotta get the laptop off.
If he's talking about the 23 cents, I'll clip it for you.
Okay. But yeah, we ran over 4 hours, and I got to get some sleep.
Yeah, it's that time. Yeah, I'm ready to crash out too, because I got to do. I think we're doing dumb money tomorrow on the Patreon. I think that's what you guys asked for.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, because I was gonna show this thing, man, with homeboy, in the.
Yeah, you can show that too, but you
Yeah, you might as well show it again because it only takes a man like you to have to keep. And I know you hate doing this, and we know you hate doing this, and you say it all the time. But goddamn it, you got to, you know, 3/4 of your class. Hold on, BJ. You know, 3/4 of your class is redundant. They remedial. So hey, get over it. Get over it, BJ. Get over it. You teaching the special ed class.
Yeah, but he told it better than I could because he had charts and graphs and all kind of shit, man. If you didn't understand it before, you understand it now. And what did he say? It's demographics, okay?
Yep.
Demographics got too many old people versus.
Well, he made that joke about the calculator. I was done. I was like,
man, if that wasn't classic Salchi, man, I don't know what was.
Yeah, we had a lot of how to calculate the calculus. Like, damn.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
When he said, if you don't understand numbers, don't like math, go watch Netflix. God damn.
Oh my God.
I said, damn. I said, Salchi, is that you?
Yes.
Because that's exactly what he was said.
Yep.
Down to the T. So I know Salchi put his hand in his fist in there. Yes, my brother.
Yeah.
Because even I was like, wait a minute, stop saying Salchi, is that you? I'm like,
yeah, because he was throwing in all kind of shots at the congressman. I mean, shot after shot after shot. God damn, it's be nice, man. And nobody said shit. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Nobody objected or anything.
Somber, quiet room it was.
It was dead quiet, man.
Yep.
But anyway, fellas, thanks for coming through. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.
All right, peace.
Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified the next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83. And I'm out. Peace.